What's up, you glorious Hogwarts-infested wankers? King Cobra back at it with another video. Okay, so let me just grab my drink that I made. This is a whiskey and peach, my newest drink combo. I think it turned out pretty delicious. It's twisted peach tea mixed with Jim Beam peach and like 4 peach ring gummy candies at the bottom. Just kind of slowly sip on it and enjoy it and savor the whiskey, and fucking those peach rings will get nice and melted and all gummified and everything. So yeah. So Sydney Sweeney is this American actress, and she did this jeans commercial, and people are calling it Nazi propaganda because, of course, when people have their lives so good, the worst they have to worry about is an attractive blonde being overly sexualized in a jeans commercial. Like, modern women, for the most part, some of y'all have lost your shit. I watched Sydney Watson cover this topic. I saw Isaiah Butterfield did a video on this with his lovely wife, of course, and now Shoe-on-Head's covering it, so we're going to watch Shoe-on-Head's version. And while I was watching Butterfield the other day, came across this chick who goes by the name of Drew Avalaf. If you don't know who Drew Avalaf is, she's a famous TikToker female who is famous for being a man-hater. I don't know how the fuck she's got a boyfriend, because fucking I would never date a chick that hates men. I don't care how badly I want to smash. And to be brutally honest with you, Drew Avalaf is not that good looking. She's nothing special to look at. And she's telling anyone who will listen on these podcasts about how much she fucking hates men. But she goes, oh, she doesn't feel that way about her boyfriend. And she blah, 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 blah. So I'm like, okay. And you take one look at her boyfriend. He's like a super muscly, overly jacked feminist. You know the type. And the thing I would say to Drew Avalaf is that if you don't see your boyfriend like that, then why the fuck do you treat all men like shit? Would Drew Avalaf date a scrawny-ass, small-dicked, fucking incel, female-hating piece of shit who fucking's got no muscles and treats women like crap? No, she wouldn't. So it's like Drew Avalaf is a fucking cunt. And it's like you can see past her bullshit, dude. And I'm like, and that's what kills me about it. Like, you would never see a woman date a man who hates women, but it is what it is. And I'm like, well, good for Drew Avalaf. I hope her and her boyfriend's relationship works out. Nothing but the best. And speaking of crazy women, when I'm watching Sydney Watson review the Sydney Sweeney bullshit, she shared a clip of a woman in a tight orange dress who's throwing a wobbler because guys didn't approach her that evening, and she's all dressed to go out, tight dress, fucking hair's done up, her makeup's done, and she's like so fucking sick of this shit. Like, she's sitting there telling anyone who will listen, just come up, touch her boob, buy a drink, and it's like, how about no? I don't touch your boobs without consent, even if I do think you're cute. It's like, here's what happened. We are in an epidemic, YouTube, of pussified men who are afraid to approach women, and an epidemic of crazy self-entitled 304s who bitch and complain because every guy that approaches them is a fucking creep. And when guys are sick and tired of all the bullshit, negative stereotypes that men have to put up with, and we just say, you know what, fuck it, we're done. All of a sudden, men stop approaching you. You go from calling every man a creep because they approach you to, why won't men approach me? Oh my God. I'm like, make up your fucking mind. Like all these women who are slut-shaming Sydney Sweeney because they're jealous of how hot she is. And the problem with this Sydney Sweeney commercial is if a black person that did it, or like a gay person, or a 900 pounds overweight person that did it, the radical left would be screaming about how woke and progressive it is, and how amazing it is, and the radical right would be saying, oh, you're just too woke, and blah, blah, blah. So you can't please everyone. Personally, I don't give a shit about representation in the commercials. And you shouldn't either. You gotta feel good about yourself, and stop giving a shit what these faceless corporations put in their commercials, or what other people think about you. But what kills me about this, and this is the hypocrisy of the left, they're screaming how it's all about representation, unless you represent a straight, white, hetero, cis-normative person who's unapologetically attractive, doesn't hate the opposite sex, and just does her thing. And that's why women fucking can't stand her. So I got me a whiskey and peach on deck. It's Friday evening. Let's do this. Like King Cobra is so goth, his jeans are black. King Cobra has great jeans. You can't say that, you white piece of shit. Whatever. Apparently, because you can't feature anyone who's white, straight, or cisgendered, or attractive and hot in a commercial without someone getting offended. Feature anyone else, and someone else will get offended. Like, even if they had featured a conventionally attractive black woman in this commercial, somebody would still get offended by it, because y'all are way too goddamn offended. Y'all are way too damn sensitive, and it's sad. It's like, do people just wake up in the morning with a dick in their ass and go, what can I be offended by today?
So, if you've been living under a rock, you probably haven't heard that Sydney Sweeney was in an American Eagle commercial.
Genes are passed down from parents to offspring, often determining traits like hair color, personality, and even eye color. My genes are blue.
Sydney Sweeney has great genes.
Get it? Genes? Genes?
People are losing their shit over this commercial, and it's sad and funny to watch. Her jeans are blue, get it? Because her whole body's covered in jeans. You see these commercials? She's wearing a jean jacket with no bra and no shirt on underneath. Showing off her tits, showing off her body. One of the commercials literally pans down to her cleavage and then back up to her face. Hey, my eyes are up here. Sydney Sweeney has great genes. And it's like, don't do that. Men do not get to pull crap like that. If men are showing off our ripped pecs and our biceps and a goddamn t-shirt and a chick's checking us out, even if the chick's ugly, busted as hell, ain't our type, we can't smack her or call her a rapist if she's checking us out. You know what guys are going to do? The exact opposite. We're going to be like, hey, chicks think I'm hot. What's up? For some odd reason, women are allowed to smack men if they hit on them and then get pissy because men won't do it. Excuse me, ma'am, you're kind of cute. Can I buy you a drink? Smack! Get away from me, you rapist and creep, you pervert, stalker. Rapist! Creeper! Creeper, stalker, weird, 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 weird. And then men go, hey, you know what? You want proof that men are the gatekeepers to a relationship? Watch this. Men stop approaching women, and women are feeling the heat. Now they're throwing a fit. They go from, we don't have to appeal to a man's gaze. We don't need a man in our life, to slut-shaming all these trad wives out there. And I'm like, psychological self-projection is a real thing. You hate trad wives because you just don't have a man to provide for, honey. Aww. Hurts, doesn't it? Yeah, it do. Because women have this thing where they gotta spend their 20s and 30s chasing after asshole guys who treat them like crap, the quote-unquote bad boy. He's not a bad boy, honey. He just treats you badly. And then when you get sick of his crap, you'll bitch because all men are pigs. Wham. First words out of her mouth is, I can change him. And the answer is, no. No, you can't. Women, do you want to date men who constantly crap on women and then try to change you because you're not perfect in their eyes? You'd fucking hate it. So how does she try to correct his bad behavior? By giving him good pussy. Maybe if you fuck him good enough, suck his dick hard enough, maybe he'll be like, oh yeah, you know, maybe I should treat this chick better because she sucks a mean dick. Right. All you're doing is reinforcing his bad behavior. Plus, if you're bipolar, high maintenance, and yeah, and you're kind of a bitch when you're in a mood, most guys aren't going to put up with it long enough for a quick pump and dump and leave. It doesn't matter how hot your person is, if your personality sucks. You can be the hottest chick on the planet, and if your personality sucks, dead mongoose dicks, ain't nobody going to want to put up with it long enough other than for a little bit of casual fucking dump and puck, and then they're out of there. And then your ass is ghosted. And at some point, you have to ask yourself, maybe it's me. Maybe you're sexually attracted to asshole guys who treat you like crap. And maybe your personality sucks. Maybe you're bipolar. high maintenance. And at some point, you just have to ask yourself, maybe it's me. Granted, yes, to be fair, there are some really shitty guys out there, and it's unfortunate that women experience this crap. But women are the only ones allowed to hate the opposite sex because they've had a negative experience with men. If men do the same exact goddamn thing, God forbid, they're immediately called out on it as sexist, incels, woman haters, da-da-da-da-da. It's never called out when women do it because you want to fuck them. It's what it is. Like, women are the only ones that can get away with domestic abuse, rape, and sexism. If men do it, it's like, oh, these men are just terrible. And, like, why dudes don't call women out on their bullshit because you want to fuck them. It is what it is.
Because she's attractive? And she is. I can see why men like her.
Sydney Sweeney's attractive? No. And I'm not Ozzy Osbourne's biggest fan. No. To a point, I can see why a lot of the uglier chicks are getting sad about this, because when you're unattractive and the whole world craps on you for it, and then you've seen all these pretty people in the magazines and in TV commercials, and you know, I gotta say to that, suck it up, toots, because here's the thing of it. These ugly-ass women are saying that this jeans commercial is fucking racist as all hell. And, like, the more attractive women that are just as pretty as Sydney Sweeney are saying how this commercial is objectifying. And I'm like, shut up. So, like, let me get this straight. When you got a Calvin Klein model with, like, some stupid hot guys, big-ass bulges, six-pack abs, they're fucking ripped, and they're like, I know I'm hot shit, ladies. And women are sitting there drooling up the commercial, flicking their bean to it. No one ever calls them a hypocrite and says, well, wait a minute, isn't this sexually objectifying men? And it's like, you're just jealous because we think he's hot and you're not. So if you want to get hot like him, better cut off the whiskey and the Taco Bell, you fat piece of shit. Whoa! That's body shaming. And it's like, no. Check your male privilege, you piece of shit. You white, cisgendered, hetero, cis-normative asshole. It's only body shaming when it happens to chicks, you fucking retard. Hey, whoa, what's with the language? You suck my dick with that potty mouth, honey. To be fair, women are overly sexualized in our society, and rape culture exists for a number of reasons. One, there's way too much pressure on men to get laid, and there's way too much pressure on women to give it out. A woman immediately is slut-shamed because she gives it out. If a guy tries to get it, he is told he's a simp, and an incel and a loser, and if he's not getting it, he is told he's a simp, an incel, and a loser, and a creep. There's like way too much pressure on adults to fucking hook up, and it's just sad. Say it with me. I do not need sex in my life to be happy. Happiness comes from within. My approach to picking up the ladies is a hands-off approach, YouTube. I wear some tactical soap. I'll tell her a shitty pickup line or a joke and buy her a drink. I'll respect her even if she doesn't respect me because that's just how it is. The only reason why I respect women and women's rights is because nobody gives a fuck about men. And that's all we're being told, well, you better pay for everything, otherwise you're a small dick bitch. And it's like I try to pay for everything, it's benign sexism. I'm like, wait a minute, so I'm an asshole for trying and I'm an asshole for not trying. And you wonder why men are just like, fuck this shit. What would you use for a shitty pickup line, Cobra? Excuse me, miss, do you listen to Ozzy Osbourne? Why do you ask? Because I want to make you bark at the moon. Oh. What's a guitarist's favorite kind of swimsuit? A G-string. Wow. You like Harry Potter? What's your house? Slytherin? I want to slither into your DMs. Can I stick my basilisk in your chamber of secrets? And like if a woman comes on too strongly with her pickup lines, you can't smack her or spray her in the face with pepper spray and call her a rapist and a cunt. That's how you get an assault charge on you. But if it's gender reversed, you better hope you're wearing a cup, buddy. As long as the guy's not being a complete sleaze and a rapist about it, who fucking cares if dudes hit on you? Aren't you all complaining because guys won't approach you, and the second they do approach you, he's not hot enough? If one of the good-looking guys doesn't approach you, you'll bitch and say that men just don't find you attractive, and when we do approach you, and he's not your type, he's a rapist and a creep, and it's like, right. Men need to grow some fucking balls and take a hands-off, casual approach to approaching the ladies. The worst she can do is tell you to fuck off and call you a creep. And all you can say is, well, fuck you, you don't know what I'm about, and that's your loss. Bye. Because women don't realize that men are the prize. We are the protectors. We are the providers. Otherwise, nobody would care when men bitch about being single on TikTok. But when women do it, and women are immediately coddled and told, well, honey, you don't need a man in your life. All men are pigs. You'll find a good man someday. Right. If women bitch about being single on TikTok, no one calls them a man-hating lesbian and a femcel and a creep and a cunt. You know, if men bitch about it, we get told we're faggots, we're female haters, we're incels, this and that, da-da-da-da-da. Why is it that women are the only ones allowed to hit men because men are tougher, deal with it? Why is it that women are the only ones allowed to bitch about being single? Because women are the gatekeepers to sex. Sit on it. Rotate. Which is exactly why women get slut shamed when they give it up, like, all the time, you know? Because it's not that hard for a chick to get laid. All she gotta do is show up, say yes, and look pretty. All a woman has to do to get laid is show up, say yes, look pretty, and fucking make nice with the men, you know? 4 things. You look pretty, you say yes, you show up, and you're not a complete cunt, and you actually respect men, and you treat us the way you want to be treated, and we dig your style, you know? Like, sometimes when a man hasn't had pussy in over a month to like 6 years, you know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes men aren't afraid to lower their standards, especially if there's alcohol involved. Winning! Jack Daniels helping ugly women get laid since the 1800s. Ugh. There's a reason why it's called whiskey dick. Even God's just like, dude, you do not want to stick your dick in that. Wake up the next morning. Oh my God, last night was amazing. You were such a gentleman. It's like, oh God, what the fuck did I stick my dick into? I don't wanna. And yeah, when guys bitch because there are no good-looking chicks to hit on or fuck, women will sit there, first ones on the scene to call them shallow and this and that, but then turn around when those same women are bitching because there's no hot guys to talk to and guys won't hit on them. I'm like, you're a hypocrite. And I'll say it again, looks are not everything if your personality sucks, you know.
She has a really cute face and a nice body, but personally my favorite thing about Sydney Sweeney is that she's a Nazi. Did they mean to include a bunch of Nazi?
All because Sydney Sweeney's white, has blue hair, blue eyes and blonde hair, blah. All because Sydney Sweeney's white, has blue eyes and blonde hair. People are calling her a Nazi. And I'm like, how do you think white people feel? White people who were born with blonde hair and blue eyes did not ask to be a part of Hitler's sick fantasy. Also, fuck Adolf Hitler, he's a piece of shit. Everybody knows the superior race is the human race. Power to the people. And because Sydney Sweeney happens to have a German Shepherd, and because she's a registered Republican, it only made the rumors worse, and it's just like, oh, so now you're a racist because of the dog you own? Kiss my ass. These people who look for like the tiniest thing that could potentially be considered racist, and they go off about it, and it's like, you come off as more racist than the actual racists themselves. Like, do we bother asking Jewish people how the hell they feel about Sydney Sweeney's jeans commercial, or are we just going to get offended on everyone else's behalf? Oh, you're just going to get offended on everyone else's behalf? Like, because you're so woke and progressive, guys. You want to gaslight everyone into thinking, oh, I'm not a terrible person, guys. No, not at all. That drink combo's hitting just right, man. Whiskey and peach. Ooh. I would serve this drink at the Cobra's Cantina. And see, by the time I get drinking it, maybe I'll top it off with another one. And all those peach drinks at the bottom are going to soak up all the whiskey and twisted tea. And it's like a little delicious treat after your cocktail. And like, okay, so like the radical left is throwing a fit because they think Sydney Sweeney's jeans commercial is racist, you guys. But, like I said, if the Sydney Sweeney's jeans commercial would have featured anyone else, the radical right would have called it too woke and people just trying to cancel each other. It's like, pull the dick out of your ass and get the fuck over it. Like, how is it racist because she's white? Well, duh, because she's white. Anything with white is automatically racist. Right. I would like to point out the fact that if you do some research, English people who were Christian were enslaved in South Africa. You do realize that they had white slaves in Africa? I did the research. And that just changes the whole fucking argument, doesn't it? Yeah, I would be careful with this drink combo because as soon as you start getting down to the bottom of it, it just tastes really fucking good. It's all about Ozzy Osbourne's Dreamer. Without each other's help, there ain't no hope for us. You got one side screaming, well, this commercial's racist, and then if they would have featured anyone else, you know, the radical right would have thrown a fit and complained because this commercial's too woke, you guys. And like, being woke is not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing to actually care about people and the environment and the political issues. The problem with woke culture, where the word woke gets a bad name, is these self-righteous, hypocritical, entitled pieces of shit who think they're Jesus Christ and they're gonna talk down the world like everyone's fucking stupid. You know? They got the giant nose ring in their fucking septum, half their heads fucking shaved, and 10 different colors. You know the type I'm talking about, the kind of nut jobs, lunatics that make being a decent person look bad, you know? Like when Kamala Harris said, everyone just needs to be woke, I wanted to throw up in my fucking mouth. I'm like, here's a thought at Kamala Harris. Why don't you just let people think for themselves? It doesn't make you right. It doesn't make them wrong. It's just people have their own opinions. Like that one, like I said, that one Drew Avalaf. You want to have a laugh at Drew Avalaf? Her first name is a man's name and she hates men. Ah, hilarious. But the thing I would ask Drew Avalaf is that if you wouldn't talk to your boyfriend like that, or treat him like that because you hate men in general, so then why treat men like that in the first place? You got a good man. He's obviously everything you want. A total cuck, foy boy, faggot, feminist, fucking soy boy piece of shit with huge muscles. See, I'm a feminist in the sense of I respect women's rights, but I'm also an advocate for men's rights. I'm an advocate for gender equality. So I would consider myself to be feminist and MGTOW. But feminist in the old school sense, not like these new age fourth wave fucking entitled cunts who are being brainwashed by other fucking entitled cunts to fucking hate women, hate each other, hate men, hate themselves, blame men for everything while expecting men to pay for everything. And the second we do try to pay for everything, it's misogynistic, it's benign sexism. You know, all men are creeps for trying, and then so we stop trying. Because now you can't even be a gentleman without being told you're a sexist. And I'm like, leave it to modern day feminism to turn being a gentleman into something icky and, oh, you're a sexist. And I'm like, excuse me? You're just trying to get down my pants. And I'm like, honey, if I wanted to try, I'd already be there. You try to hold the door for a chick and she gets offended. You're just trying to stare at my ass. Well, I was gonna, but you ruined the fun. Like, I hold the door for everyone. It's just a polite thing to do. You know. But there are some women who have had the worst negative experiences with men. So, of course, when a man is genuine to her, she's not sure how to take it. But if you yourself are an insufferable person, you know, Jessica Boyle, excuse me, that when a man does something nice for you and tries to love you and you push him away because You're a bitch. I remember when I bought Jessica Boyle that Fire Opal ring. Oh, she loved that ring. She was crying her fucking eyes out when she got it. And we were FaceTiming. I said, "What's wrong? You don't like it?" She goes, "Oh, Joshy, I love it. You're such a sweet guy. Oh my God." I'm like, "What's the matter? Why are you crying?" And Jessica Boyle goes, "No guy's ever bought her jewelry before." I'm like, "No? Just because you're their goddess and their cobra angel? Oh, well. Shame on those guys." And seeing how insufferable Jessica Boyle is, I can't imagine why guys have never even made the effort to be a proper boyfriend and spoil their girlfriend with jewelry and good oral sex. Hey, Cobra, what's your favorite soup? Clam chowder? I'm just saying, YouTube. A proper boyfriend knows what's up. Your girlfriend's on her period. She's feeling kind of ick about herself. You pick up her feminine products for her because she doesn't want to go out in public. You come home with some wine, some Ben and Jerry's. You fire up Netflix, and it's like, "Hey, honey, you want to watch chick flicks and cuddle on the couch and have a good cry and talk about her feelings?" Maybe I'll DoorDash some of your favorite food. We'll cuddle up on the couch and watch chick flicks. Binge watch Gilmore Girls. Talk about our feelings. You want a cocktail, sweetheart? Your boy Cobra makes a mean alcoholic beverage. I make a mean chicken Alfredo. Oh, by the way, if you got your girlfriend bragging to her female friends or her mother or her sister or any chick who will listen how amazing you are, you made your girlfriend feel like queen bitch. When you make other women jealous of what your girlfriend has, she will love you forever. Forever. And like, maybe he's not the best looking, maybe he's not the richest, but if he treats you right and provides what he can provide, there are some women who would not complain to have your man as a boyfriend. And like, do chicks want to date dudes who don't appreciate all the little cute things you do for him? Like. And the thing of it is, ladies, is that men are incredibly simple to please. I'm just saying. Sydney Sweeney has great genes, you guys. I'm so goth, my jeans are black. King Cobra has great jeans. They're black like my cold, dead heart. But Cobra, you're not wearing jeans right now. Oh, yes, how observant. Yes, I'm wearing my marijuana leaf themed pajama pants because it's the weekend and it's after 5 o'clock. Suck it. Generally speaking, I wear black jeans. I get my jeans from Walmart. And I'll stop by Spencer's Gifts for a band t-shirt. Then I'll piss off to Walmart, get some black jeans. And I'll call it a day. That's goth on a budget.
dog whistles in this? How the f did she agree to this? Actual Nazi ad.
It's not a fucking Nazi ad. If Sydney Sweeney had any offense to the jeans commercial, she wouldn't have filmed it. You do realize when it comes to like a movie or a script in good old Hollywood, they give you a script to go over, like, okay, this is the part you're playing, these are your lines. And in your fucking twisted brain, you start concocting, how's this gonna look? How's this gonna fucking look?
The only way Sydney Sweeney would be okay with doing an ad like this is if she was a Nazi. This is Nazi shit.
It's not like Sydney Sweeney walked out there and fucking ripped off her jeans jacket to reveal her topless tits that have been body painted with swastikas as she's goose-stepping, doing the ZKL salute. Starts crapping on Jewish people and says, everybody look at my blue eyes. And then fucking sits there, oh yeah, Sydney Sweeney's got great genes. Fuck off. It's like these assholes who fucking accused Ozzy and Sharon of being racist. I'm like, why? Because they're white and British? Fuck you. Right, that's why Ozzy Osbourne's hairdresser that died with, Rachel Dolezal, Ozzy's hairdresser that died in that plane crash with Randy Rhoads, she was black. The security guard that guarded the Osbournes' house during their TV show, The Osbournes, was a big fat black man. Yeah, I tend to think if Sharon Osbourne, God bless her, if she was fucking racist, she wouldn't have hired a black woman to dress Ozzy's hair. She certainly wouldn't have hired a black person to be the security guard at their house. Don't believe me? Watch the Osbournes TV show. Oh, you're white, so automatically you're racist. I coined this term when people are accusing Sharon Osbourne of being racist because of the talk show incidents. I coined the term race baiting because that's exactly what it is. Like, you're white, so automatically it's racist. I'm like, excuse me. Do black people absolutely hate it when their racial stereotypes are thrown in their face? Especially by racist-ass white people? 100%. So, like, what gives you the right to do it to me just because I'm white? While you're sitting there bitching because you're sick and tired of everyone judging you for the color of your skin. And I'm like, well, join the club, right? Shit. And I absolutely feel horrible for the way black people were enslaved in America. That's horrible. Horrible shit. And then when you find out that white slaves existed in Africa, I Googled that shit. I was like, what? You mean to tell me that people are cocksuckers to each other? No. And women are fucking catty, jealous cunts of each other? No. No, not in the slightest, Cobra. I'm like, slavery is awful, period. Regardless of who it happens to. Like, unless, of course, you're into bondage, and then that's a different kind of slave. Yeah. Oof. I date a black girl, especially if she was into, like, dominatrix and shit. If she wanted to whip me for a chance, I'd be like, oh, yes, mistress. I've been a bad boy. I'm a stupid honky. I'm a stupid cracker. Punish me. Oh. Wigger, did I say you could talk? I'm sorry, mistress. Lick my pussy. Yes, ma'am. Yes, mistress. Drip candle wax all over my nipples and my butt and spank me with a riding crop. Ouchie, that's just kinky, Josh. Pussy's pussy, dude. I don't judge by the skin color, man. If she's good looking and fucking she got a nice body and a pretty face and she's easy to talk to and easy to please, yeah. And she's easy on the eyes, winning. You're never going to find the perfect good looking girl. You know, everyone has their character flaws. But, and that's the thing of it, like, if she's pretty enough to get the job done, and, like, she's not a complete bitch, and she's easy to please, and easy to get along with, and easy enough on the eyes, and you two laugh and have a great chemistry together with personalities, when your personalities collide, and, like, she kind of gets you, and, you know, and you share similar interests, you know, I could honestly not complain. I'm like, I've seen what the fuck I look like. I'm going bald. I got a gut from drinking too much, and my teeth are disgusting, and my trolls are fucking assholes. So I certainly do not expect my girlfriend to be a supermodel. I'm just saying, like, Nazi propaganda. Oh, fucking Christ. Here we go.
Stop the ad! It's being racist!
People are literally attacking Sydney Sweeney in public. The TMZ video. Sydney racist. Oh, wow. It's like, you don't know who she is or what she's about. I don't care what your stance is on the situation. If you don't like Sydney Sweeney, you think her commercials suck. That's your opinion. If you don't agree with her political views, that's your opinion. But you don't have the right to just harass people in public like that. Like, Sydney Sweeney seems like a good enough person. She just gets harassed because she's pretty and white. Blair White said it best, just because y'all hate fucking white people. And the look on Sydney Sweeney's face, you can tell she's fucking over it. And the bald dude she's hanging with, is just like, just ignore them. As a white person, I get so sick and tired of everyone associating my race with racism and shit. When racism exists in every race, but it's only called out when, like, white people do it. Motherfuckers are like, everyone else can't be racist because of all the crap white people do. And I'm like, that itself is a racist statement.
Some of you guys might be too young to remember, but back in the day when an ugly girl was jealous of a pretty girl, she would simply call her a whore. But that's a good thing now, so we have...
Oh yeah, what the fuck is that? Yeah, exactly. I'm not too old to remember that. I'm the same age as Shoe-on-Head. I'm 34. Excuse me. Women who are sitting there bitching and complaining because they're sick and tired of all the slut shaming, but okay, so that girl's prettier and more successful than you and has more friends than you do, so automatically she's a slut in your eyes. All while you'll sit there and bitch because you're sick and tired of your fellow girls getting slut shamed. You're a hypocrite. See, you know what happens when us guys encounter dudes who are better looking than us and more successful? If we don't like them, you know what we do? We don't hang out with them. Why do women insistently Why do women insistently want to hang out with women that they hate or that they're secretly jealous of? Because guys do not pull that shit. This is why our life is so much more simpler. Like, I'm literally sitting here sipping on my whiskey and peach, like, are modern day women okay? Sincerely, you'll sit there and bitch because guys approach you and all men are pigs, and we're all rapists and serial killers and stalkers and creeps and weirdos. Where? And the second we stop approaching you, now you're throwing a fit because guys won't approach you. I'm like, wow. You're bitching about a problem you created yourself. Let me know how that works out. That was a really tasty Friday night cocktail. That is fucking phenomenal. I'm gonna have to top it off with like maybe 2 more peach rings and some more whiskey and tea. Also, if you want to pick up the chicks, have a hands-off approach, wear some tactical soap, respect women even if you don't get sex, or respect back in exchange, and just keep it cool and casual, man. Because remember, men are the prize, we are the providers, we are the protectors. Even if a woman has to go to a sperm bank to get a baby out of the deal, who do you think has to provide that sperm? If women think they're the prize because they offer sex, I want to go, honey, women are more than just sex. So if all you have to offer me is good sex and your personality sucks, I want to be like, no, I'm good. What are your passions in life? What's your favorite color? Do you have any favorite drinks? What's your favorite animal? What are your dreams? Your passions? What makes that beautiful goddess mind of yours tick? Because any man can provide for you, but you gotta be nice and offer him more than just sex and a pretty face. Any woman can give you sex. That doesn't make her special. You know, if the chick you like rejects you, fuck her. She's a cock tease. That's her loss. And then she'll bitch and complain because every guy she dates is a fucking asshole. But she won't give you a chance because you're just, she doesn't see you like that. Newsflash, women hate getting friend zoned just as much as guys do. As soon as they do get friend zoned, it's like, why? Because she's too fat? Because her tits aren't big enough? You typical male pig. And it's like, honey, you got told no. Suck my dick and get over it. Men get upset when they get told no, and it's immediately called out. Gender equality is a bitch, and so is my ex-girlfriend. And you know, Jessica Boyle misses my dick. Misses me occasionally ordering her DoorDash for her cats and her parents and herself. You know, it's like, well, you had the perfect boyfriend at your fingertips, but you fucked it up with your psychotic 304 bullshit. Like when Jessica Boyle was like, oh, Joshy, I want to be your little 50s housewife. And I'm like, oh, so can I smack you around while I ask you to fetch my pipe and slippers? Fuck you. And I'm like, you know what, Jessica, honey, women are more than just that. Like, we came this close to having a female president. Yep. I'm just saying. I like how women are allowed to complain about Trump, but the second, if you were to complain about Kamala Harris being a president, you would be told you're a raging sexist who hates black people and hates women. You better shut the fuck up and check your privilege. And it's her turn. Shut the fuck up. And it's like, whoa. So do women hate Trump being president because he's white and because he's a male? Go ahead, I'll wait. Although can't say I'm a huge fan of Trump these days because he took away our Medicaid and then he allegedly might have been hanging out with Epstein, allegedly. I'm not making any accusations, but Trump's telling anybody who will listen, yeah, I'm going to release the Epstein files, and then, like, he doesn't because he's either trying to protect his own ass or also the asses of all his millionaire sicko buddies. Allegedly. I'm like, if you're not on the list, then what do you gotta lose? What are you hiding from everyone? Piss on Epstein's grave. Oh, the government might chop off my peach rings in my drink. The government might reschedule marijuana, so we'll see how that goes. Which they should, because marijuana is like the safest drug out there, man. Marijuana is a gateway drug to Taco Bell and Ozzy Osbourne and Doritos. I'm just saying, it's no secret, Donald Trump, our president, loves money as much as I love alcohol. It's no secret. And Trump has Google at his fingertips. Once Trump does his little research and sees how much money cannabis makes America on an annual basis, and then you multiply that, but how much money cannabis makes Colorado on a yearly basis, and then you multiply that by the numbers of states that we live in this beautiful country known as America. Like, marijuana can make our country billions. Billions. The government loves money, and yet they're still fighting marijuana because of these Sam activist assholes. Is that a whiskey peach? You know it. Well, ladies and gentlemen. That's a whiskey peach. That's my newest drink combo. I like peach flavored things. That's just my opinion, but
To call her racist. I'm going to be completely honest, I have no idea what movies Sydney Sweeney is in. All I know, she is a very popular...
I never even knew who the fuck Sydney Sweeney was until I saw Sydney Watson do a video response on this. And I was like, oh, white people are racist pieces of shit. What else is new?
Celebrity, and I always see
I was watching Sydney Watson do this video, and I got to the chick in the orange dress throwing a fit because no guy would hit on her. And she's sitting there saying how she's fucking sick of this shit. And she's sitting there saying, like, touch a boob, buy a drink. It's just not that fucking hard. And it's like, I'm not going to touch your boobs without consent, for one. And two, even guys can smell a thirst trap a mile away, dude. Her and her friends are all with the makeup and the hair and the tight dresses. And they're mad because no guy would hit on them. It's like, well, what are men supposed to do when, like, every time you try to pick up on a chick, she calls you a creep and a rapist and a pervert and a stalker and this and that and a weirdo. And she calls you a weirdo, and it's like, hey, you know what Ozzy Osbourne taught me? We're all a little bit weird in our own special way, man. And that's all right, because that's what makes us human.
course on Twitter about her being mid.
Yeah, people are calling Sydney Sweeney mid, and I'm like, okay, if Sydney Sweeney's mid attractive looking, then I'm totally not Ozzy Osbourne's biggest fan. No, not at all.
What is wrong with you people? Who is not mid nowadays? I saw Anne Hathaway get called mid the other.
Yeah, mid. What? Anne Hathaway being called mid? No. Anne Hathaway is fucking gorgeous.
Anne Hathaway. If these women are mid, I'm like a sub-zero. I'm like a -2. I am like a horseshoe crab on the bottom of the ocean. Horseshoe crabs are pretty base though. 445 million years, no evolution. That's me. Millions of years on you.
God's mistake. 10 years of non-evolution. A crazy woman holding up a mug that says feminazi tears. I released a brand new mug on my customized girl that says femcel tears. And it features a hot goth chick with black eyes, or green eyes and black hair, etc. You know, yeah. And I did post the link for that cup on my YouTube page, because femcels are the fucking worst. I hate incel culture too, to be honest. The reason why men get a bad name and why women are so bitchy towards men is because there is way too much pressure on women and men to have sex and have a boyfriend or a girlfriend. And like women are slut shamed for giving it out, and men are simp shamed for trying to get it, and it's Terrence Pop, say it with me, bullshit.
YouTube, no evolution. Sydney Sweeney has like a fun, bubbly personality. She seems like she enjoys being feminine, and it seems like she doesn't hate men, which is a big plus.
So no wonder why all these women hate Sydney Sweeney, because she's not afraid to be her bubbly, feminist, pretty self, and she doesn't hate men. While all the feminists are being told, you gotta hate the way you look, you gotta hate the way other women look, you gotta hate yourself, you gotta hate other women and hate men. Just hate, 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 hate. I'm like, Jesus, dude, no wonder why women are so fucking bitchy. You're in all this fucking visceral hatred. And then you expect men to wife you up and then treat you like the Disney queen, princess, goddess you deserve to be treated like. And it's like, well, what are you going to do in exchange for his provisions? You know what I'm saying? Like, could women imagine this for 1 second? Every guy you approach calls you a creep and a cunt and a rapist and a loser and a bitch and a slag and a slut, and every nasty, negative, degrading name, British-wise and otherwise, you could think of calling women. And then women got sick and tired of all the negative stereotypes, other women making women in general look bad, and men not giving them a chance. Every woman that approaches him is a fucking cunt. And then if these men have the balls to sit there and bitch because women don't notice them, like, I just don't get it, Chad. What, bro? I got a huge dick, I got muscles, like, I'm good looking, you know, like, I don't know why these broads won't, like, pay attention to me. Women would lose their shit. You treat us like crap, we're all fucking losers if we try, and then the second we do try, it's like you're a loser too, and then when we stop trying, all of a sudden, now you want to complain because women don't approach you. I'm like, you're stupid.
It plays into the, like, I'm a hot blonde bombshell, I have big titties, which, are we back to liking titties as a society? Didn't Kim Kardashian deflate her ass recently?
Who gives a fuck about what Kim Kardashian's ass looks like? Titties, ass, it don't matter which one it is, they're both fun to play with.
I knew the ass fad was over, the fall of Kim Kardashian.
See, why is it that women desire men who have huge cock, big muscles, pecs, six-pack, the whole Fabio package? You know, they're like multi-millionaires. Every chick wants to bang them, you know, fucking kind of type. No one says a fucking word, but the second a dude says he likes chick with a flatter stomach and a nice curvier waist and big old juicy tits and fucking a nice ass and a pretty face. And it's like, well, we don't care if she's financially successful. That's what men are here for, to provide the finance. All of a sudden, it's like, you men are typical pigs. And I'm like, wait a minute. So you're not a cunt because you're just as shallow as I am? Right. And men don't call it out because you want to sleep with women. You want to fuck as many women as you can. So it's like, oh, this one's a man-hater. Oh. Too fucking easy. Yeah, honey, I'm a feminist too. Men are such pigs. Oh my god. And like, show your sensitive side. You know, women dig it when you're not afraid to be vulnerable. Women go nuts over guys who make them feel like queen bitch. You make her female friends jealous of what she has with you, and you're not afraid to show your romantic and vulnerable side. Oh, she'll be putty in your hands, fellas. And if you're good at eating pussy on top of it, and you know how to cook, and you know what I'm saying, and you're not afraid to like cuddle with your chick on the couch and watch a chick flick when she's on her period and feeling sad and fat and unattractive and nah.
Ass and the rise of Sydney Sweeney. Besides, ass, titties, no, I don't objectify women. I respect women, okay? The only thing that matters...
I'll respect you if you respect me. I don't give a fuck what your gender or race is. Respect is a two-way street. And I personally do not go out of my way, YouTube, to disrespect anyone unless you deserve it, and I absolutely fucking hate your guts. General assumption of like everyday human interactions. I don't go out of my way to crap on anyone. I drink, I listen to my Aussie, and I just do my thing, you know, like, I don't cause drama with anyone, man. I try not to, but like, the internet is obsessed with Cobra and bullying me and fucking with me. At some point, it's like all you're doing is getting people to feel sorry for him because of all the bullying that I receive. Plus, you're making me more popular on the internet. Like, why are these people so dick hard for Cobra? Like, what is this crap?
To me, is a woman's mind and thighs. What is like the male body equivalent to this debate?
The male body equivalent debate to this is the Alvin. No, but the Calvin Klein underwear models, like, you know, a typical modern day woman. What are you doing? I'm watching TV. What is this commercial? It's Victoria's Secrets. Oh, look at these hot models. They're all skinny and curvy in all the right places. They're stacked and they got a nice fucking spankable ass and their fucking face is cream my pants hot. Oh my god. It's like, oh, she's black, she's cute, she's white, she's cute. I don't know what race she is, but I'd smash. Yeah. Typical modern day woman, you're such a pig. Women are more than just their boobs and their ass, you fucking asshole. Same chick when the Calvin Klein ad comes on. Oh my god, Stacy, yeah, Cheryl, look at his abs, look at his bulge, look at his face, look at his butt, look at his biceps. I'm saying, well, isn't that sexually objectifying to men? Oh, sexually objectifying men apparently doesn't work because all men are pigs. All men want is sex. So if men are sexually objectified by women, no one looks at it and goes, isn't that a tad bit hypocritical? No, because that dude's a total Chad. Chicks want to fuck him. Total different story, isn't it? I like how the same women who are calling me a pig for checking out Victoria's Secret models are just mad because you're not as pretty as they are. But then if I bitch about the same exact reasons when you're drooling over Chad and the Calvin Klein ads, I'm being told, well, Cobra, if you want to be as attractive as that guy, maybe you should get your teeth fixed, lose some weight, and get some hair plugs, you ugly fucking creepy piece of looking shit. Like when Wendy Testaberger on South Park is throwing a femcel rage fit because Butters has a picture of Kim Kardashian in his locker, and he starts going off about why he thinks she's attractive, and then she goes off on this fucking woke fit about Photoshop and unrealistic body standards and blah, blah, blah. But when it happens to men, nobody says shit. No one calls out the blatant hypocrisy. That women like what they like, men like what they like. That doesn't make us bad people. As long as you're not a sexual sick fuck, who gives a fuck if you have standards? Like, if a black girl only dates black men, no one calls her a fucking racist. But if a white dude only dates white women, everyone's like, oh, well, you're a racist piece of shit. And I'm like, wait a minute. I'm a guy, so I'm not that picky as long as she's hot, of age, alive, cisgendered, and non-related. You know, like, and consenting, of course. And she's not a complete fucking bitch about it. You're easy to talk to, easy to get along with. Alright, cool. Women and men both want respect, and they both want to be accepted by our society. That's all people want. And you gotta stop giving a shit if people respect you, or if people notice you or validate you, or if these faceless corporations give you representation. You know, because realistically, American Eagle doesn't give a fuck about white people. Like Bud Light doesn't give a fuck about trans people. They're just doing whatever is politically trendy now. So it's like, okay, now it's trendy to feature attractive people in commercials now. So that's what we're going to do. And then, of course, it makes everyone else mad. So that if you feature less attractive people, it makes everyone else mad. And it's like, fuck your representation. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. Okay, it's like, I could give you a commercial right now. It's like this. Introducing King Cobra's newest drink combo of whiskey and peach. What makes this drink combo good? Well, if you like peaches, you like whiskey, you got a bit of a sweet tooth, this drink combo is not that hard to make. You grab a glass, throw some gummy peach rings at the bottom of it, then you splash it with some Jim Beam peach whiskey and a little bit of twisted peach tea, and Bob's your uncle. The peach tea softens the burn, and then you just get an explosion of peachy goodness if you like peach-flavored things. Plus, when you get done drinking it, all the gummy peaches at the bottom absorb all the alcohol. So there you go. You're 21 and up and you like peach-flavored things. You know, get your Friday night bumping, you know. But don't take my word for it. Talk to my YouTube fans who try my drink combos and are religiously obsessed with me. Cobra knows what's up.
Abs or arms? Personally, I love a good forearm. I love a...
So why is it like men are pigs because we like hot chicks with big tits, pretty faces, a nice waistline, and a nice ass, but like women aren't cunts because they like dudes with six-pack abs. Big old pectoral muscles and big old huge cocks and like big old muscles and shit. Like,
good, nice, thick, manly wrist. And you know what looks great on a wrist? A watch. Which brings us to today's sponsor, Holtzkern. So let's quickly give them a shout out before we get into today's
Holtzkern, I've seen this video a couple of times. Holtzkern does make some pretty watches. They're very handsome. Let's check out the ad.
video, shall we?
It's no secret, like Shimon Head and Sydney Watson are both very pretty conservative brunettes on YouTube, yeah, but that's beside the point. Shimon Head's a MILF, if you know what I mean. And I'm not going to try anything because I know for a fact, obviously Shimon Head's taken because she's got a baby daddy. I don't know about Sydney Watson, and personally it's none of my business. But there you go. Do with that what you will.
Holzkern is a young Austrian company that creates unique watches, jewelry, and accessories using all natural materials like wood and stone. Their high-quality timepieces come in various designs for both men and women, making them the perfect choice for any style or occasion. All of Holzkern's products are manufactured in small quantities to ensure responsible and ethical production, while making sure each item is built to last. I personally love the kaleidoscope watch with the little flower design on the pearl dial. I think it is so beautiful and so cute. I'm obsessed.
Elegant and classy, I would suggest.
With it. The glass is made of sapphire crystal.
Expect, I would mean, is what I was trying to say, yes.
Making it scratch resistant, while the strap is crafted from koa wood, and it's water resistant as well. There's also the Moonrise watch, which is made from genuine white marble and stainless steel. It shows the weekday, date, and even the current moon phase, which is really cool. I think all their products make very beautiful gifts, and since they're all made from natural materials, they're all very unique. All their items come with a 2-year warranty, and ordering online is super easy with free worldwide shipping within 5 to 9 business days. And if you're in the US, don't worry, Holzkern handles the custom feeds for you, so no unexpected drama there. Just click my link in the description below and use my special discount code SHOE to get 15% off your order. Plus, if you additionally sign up for their free premium club membership, you'll get access to exclusive products, special discounts, and early pre-sales. But if you only want to check things out for now, no pressure, you can just sign up, come back later, and you'll still get a special discount on your first purchase. So if you're looking for a unique gift or just
you want a nice, fucking handsome, beautiful handmade watch, go to holzkern.com/shoe on head for your fancy watch needs.
Want to treat yourself to a nice watch? I highly suggest checking out Holzkern. Big thank you to Holzkern for
because everyone can just whip out their phone and go, what time is it? Oh, wow, shit.
Sponsoring this video. And now, let's get back to it. My jeans are brown. Sounds like I shit my pants. A woke outrage.
You shit your Asperger's. The cancel culture mob goes ballistic over Sweeney's ad. Yeah, it's pathetic. The cancel culture is just stupid. Like, the cancel culture can suck my dick. The cancel culture right here. You don't like it? What's the worst they can say to me that my trolls haven't already tried to do? I've been bullied my entire life, and my YouTube trolls have been bullying me on YouTube since 2010. So, like, what's the worst the cancel mob could do to me? Like, well, I don't like what Cobra has to say. Well, you know what? No one's forcing you to watch. These fucking overly sensitive pussies who get so fucking pissed off because, oh my god, you guys, what happened? The new Harry Potter is releasing a new TV series. Yeah, and they made the snake black. That's race swapping. Are you sure you just don't secretly hate black people? It's not even like that. Like, I'm like, yeah, you bitching about race swapping when they swap the character with a black person makes it look like you hate black people. And to be fair, if they were doing race swapping and they were doing a remake to If they were doing a remake to Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s life and they hired a white person to play him and they wanted to scream race swapping, I would be like, yeah, that's a little offensive. But outside of that, making the new Professor Snape black, it's like, who cares?
Over Sydney Sweeney's ad has gone from, well, bad to worse. Some people have taken issue with the phrase great genes being used over images of a blonde, blue-eyed woman.
If Sydney Sweeney is a registered Republican, I think her ad is fantastic. Okay, thank you very much, everybody.
TikTok and Twitter absolutely blew up with thousands and thousands of people.
And you know what kills me about being white is that if they would have featured like a 900-pound overly black, overweight, gay person who identified as like trans and non-binary. Not sure how that works, because if you're non-binary, you don't have a gender. If you're trans, you're the opposite gender. I don't want to try to make heads or tails with that, as long as you're not a goddamn sicko and you don't go out of your way to hurt me, and then I don't care what you do with your life. You know, if it would have been anyone else other than a white, blue-eyed, blonde-haired, attractive, cisgendered, hetero-cis-normative, straight female saying, I have great genes, everyone else would have been like, oh, get it? Because they're wearing a great pair of jeans. Ha ha ha. Nobody would have gotten offended by it, but because a hetero-cis-normative white person was involved, now all of a sudden it's offensive and like racist and transphobic and gay-phobic and this and that and all kinds of blah, 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 blah. All while the same side bitching about this crap is sitting there saying it's all about inclusivity. Like, I personally do not give a shit if they include trans people in my advertisements. People were throwing a fit because Dylan Mulvaney got featured in the Bud Light commercials. What made me mad about that is treating me like, just because I'm white, straight, cisgendered, and male, that automatically I'm homophobic, transphobic, and racist, and this and that. So, yeah, Dylan Mulvaney's flat-chested fucking ass is fucking in this ad. You better fucking just deal with it, mister. If you don't like it, too bad. And the radical right losing their shit over it, like, oh, okay, you better not drink Bud Light, guys. Otherwise, it'll make you gay and trans. And I'm like, no, the fuck it won't. That's how they act. When that shit played out, like, oh, geez. I'm like, dude, drinking a beer does not determine your sexuality or gender. You ignorant fucking homophobic, transphobic nut jobs. I'm like, I like Bud Lights. Like, you want to treat me as a Bud Light customer like I'm fratty and outdated and out of touch just because I'm a white fucking male who's not part of that crowd, you know? That's your problem. Oh, well, everyone else bitches because they're sick and tired of all the negative stereotypes that represent their crowd. Like, LGBT bitches about this crap. Like, not everyone in this group is like that kind of thing. And then, like, if you were to tell them to check their fucking rainbow tears, they would lose their shit. But when white people do this crap, it's like, hey, you know, not all white people are radicalized, racist assholes. Not everyone who's a goddamn Republican is a KKK fucking member. Like, Jesus Christ. Not everyone on the radical right is a fucking nut job with half their head shaved, with a big old bull ring in their nose, or in giant-ass grandma glasses with half their head shaved, dyed like 10 million colors, acting like the craziest lunatics, screaming at everyone, but then turning around and then like they talk down to you like you're stupid because you're not woke. And I'm like, this is why people fucking hate woke culture. Like, we can have a conversation without treating each other like we're stupid. You know, the thing about having a conversation is that you can't be afraid to have that conversation, because this is how we lead to change. You know? As long as you're not a goddamn sicko, I don't give a fuck what you do with your life. You want to call yourself a female and it's not personally affecting me or anyone else in a negative and unsafe way, then I don't give a shit. Even though biology would disagree with you, if it makes you happy and it doesn't bother me in the slightest, do what the fuck you want to do, man. Man, her, girl. I say man in like the hippie sense. Like, yeah, man. Like, stick it to the man, you know? Like, of course, now you can't even say it like that because someone might get offended because you're assuming their pronouns. And I'm like, I wasn't assuming shit. Like, hey, man, do what the fuck you want to do. As long as you're not a sicko and you don't hurt people, I don't give a shit what you do with your life. Did you just say, hey, man? Like, hey, man, like the literal, like, pothead sense of the word, like, hey man, oh my god, quit assuming my pronouns. I'm like, dude, do you need to like smoke a doobie and like chill out, man? Stop assuming my pronouns, call me man. And it's like, dude, you're way too fucking sensitive. Like, are you on your period? Is that why you're so bitchy? Because I heard men can get their periods now. PMS, pissed off male syndrome. It's like your favorite football team is losing the game. Fucking ref, are you blind? You swear to fucking piece of shit. Look at your wife and go, honey, I'm PMSing. My favorite football team is losing. Can you grab me a cold beer to help me deal with it? Get it yourself, you raging sexist. You don't care about my needs.
People calling this ad fascist propaganda. Yes, they literally took the jeans and jeans pun to be some kind of Nazi dog whistle. Because
that's what it is. She's an attractive blonde, and they took the literal, she's an attractive blonde, she's wearing good jeans, and she has good jeans because she's pretty, and they're taking it as, oh my god, racist propaganda. I'm like, shut the fuck up.
Sydney Sweeney is an attractive blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman, which apparently has been an extinct species for so long in advertisement that when people saw this...
Oh, because you can't feature an attractive, blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman in an ad that everyone's freaking out and calling you racist. Feature anyone else, especially if they're gay or what have you, then the radical rights don't want to fit because the ad's too woke. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, people are fucking exhaustingly stupid. 1 second. On one hand, it's like, yeah, you know what? Gays and fat people and blacks and everyone else deserve representation too. 100%. It's called inclusivity, and the side who bitches about it gets so mad when you include everyone else, except the people that are approved for the inclusivity. It's not very inclusive if you're only including one side of the argument. People who are screaming, you gotta respect my pronouns, basically saying you gotta respect my opinion. Otherwise you're an intolerant piece of shit. And it's like, well, if you don't respect my opinion, then why should I respect yours? Nobody's going to listen to each other if we're constantly disrespecting each other and like crapping on each other for each other's opinions. And it's like I said, as long as you're not a goddamn sicko, who gives a fuck what your opinion is? Can you honestly blame black people for hating whites? No, if my race were oppressed like that for the last 500-600 years, I'd be a little pissed about it too. It doesn't make it right because we got to end the hate on both sides, but, you know, there's this thing called having compassion. Having compassion for the human race, even though I despise the human race. And asking yourself, how would it feel if it happened to my people or people I cared about? I would think this is kind of fucked up, man. Like...
They got scared and thought they saw the ghost of Hitler. Is Sydney Sweeney a Nazi? No. But do these people kind of have a point about this ad?
You know what's funny about Adolf Hitler? Adolf Hitler had one testicle and a micropenis. The dude's dick and balls were so deformed and so like, ugh. Like, what? Like next time I'm having a wank, I'm gonna look down at my dick and go, Hitler wishes he had a dick like mine. Oh. Because I'm proud of my dick and balls. I know I got a good set going here. Otherwise, Jessica Boyle would let go of me. Like, oh, Jessica Boyle misses the dick. And you know what? I don't miss the pussy because I can get pussy from any chick who's willing and of age and alive and consenting and what have you. I don't need Jessica Boyle to get laid.
Also, no, they are unwell. But let's hear them out. Let's watch some of these TikToks. Let's listen to them. Listen to their points. We're not going to be mean. We're not going to own the libs, okay? We are going to hear them out. You guys are...
Because roasting radicalized politics is too fucking easy. I don't give a fuck if you're a radicalized Republican or a radicalized liberal. All you're doing with your radical bullshit is making your political party look bad. Like, you see these radicalized fucking Republicans throwing a fit because they featured Dylan Mulvaney's flat-chested ass in a fucking Bud Light commercial. I'm like, who fucking cares? It doesn't make you gay or trans if you drink it. Bud Light's Bud Light. And fuck Bud Light for sitting there being like, oh, all of our customers are fratty and outdated and out of touch. Like, what the fuck's a modern day Bud Light commercial gonna look like? Your wife comes home, you're watching the game, and your wife comes into the living room and she's like, I want a divorce. What? She's cheating on you with her non-binary, trans, asexual, pansexual boss. What? Wait, how can you be pansexual and asexual? Don't overthink it, you bigot. Oh, by the way, that porn you made with her on your... with you on her wedding night, she's selling that on her OnlyFans page and you're not getting a single cent of it. On top of that, she's always thought you've had a small dick. If you get mad at her or cuss her out, then you're a raging sexist who hates trans and gay people, and you need to check your male heterosis normative privilege. Oh, and by the way, she's also cheating on you with her fucking half-sister. And they're all gonna get married to her boss in like Hawaii, and you're not allowed to attend the wedding. And then she's gonna divorce you, take your dog, take half your shit, take your truck, and just completely fist you in the court for child support payments, and ruin you. And like, if you say anything about it, well, you're a sexist pig and you're not woke enough. And you're sitting there like, what am I gonna fucking do? And she looks at you and says, oh, I'm sorry, are you upset? Well, here's a Bud Light.
complaining about that Sydney, Sweeney, and James ad, so I went and saw it. That's Nazi propaganda. Oh!
No, it's not, you dumb bitch.
2014 Tumblr. What the f? Out here looking like she walked straight out of a Stone Toss comic. Looking like you're going on the thumbnail of this video. Listen, if your bangs end in the middle of your forehead, you don't have to tell me your political opinions. I know them. I can tell. Okay, sorry. I got it out of my system. Let's continue.
I will be the friend that's too woke because...
Oh, the friend that's too woke, and it's like, dude, nobody wants to have a bunch of people constantly preaching at us. You know? Yeah, but Cobra, aren't you, like, preaching on your channel? I'm like, that's the difference. Like, I don't go around, like, trying to preach to everyone like I'm the next Jesus Christ and I'm better than you and you better listen to me, otherwise you're a piece of shit, you know? That's why a lot of these fucking assholes who are woke get so much crap, because of your condescending, hypocritical, self-righteous fucking attitude. So here's a unattractive white woman with the big old, and of course, right on cue, she's got the big old bull ring in her nose, and she's got the LGBT pride flag in the background. Oh, good for you. You're probably like, whatever your pronouns are, I don't fucking care. You don't care about my pronouns. I'm a white, straight, heterosis normative male. My pronouns don't matter because I'm not special enough. And the only reason why people don't completely cancel me is because I have Asperger's. So, like, having Asperger's fucking saves me from the cancel mob. Because as far as they're concerned, one look at me and it's like, wait, you're white? Oh, ew, gross, white people, yuck. You're straight and cisgendered? Oh, evil piece of shit. And you're male on top of it? Oh, raging sexist. I'm like, who hurt you? Because it definitely wasn't me who hurt you. Because if I fucking hurt you, you wouldn't be around. And if you were around after that, you'd remember it and go, no, I don't want to fuck with Cobra again. I'm good on that. Oh, look, an ugly fat white woman screaming because she's going to be the friend that's too woke. And I'm like, you're not my friend. I don't know who the fuck you are. And it's like, you know what? At its core value, being woke is not a bad thing. Wanting to care about people and care about the issues and be a better person and make the world a better place. I get that. But like, when everything's racist, everything's sexist, and you'll bitch because your ugly fat ass wasn't featured on a commercial wearing jeans. Nobody wants to stare at this they-them's fucking fat, ugly fucking they-them ass wearing jeans. No one thinks this is hot. No one's like, no, ew, gross. And you see the type of person she is. She's got the overly large grandma glasses and the fucking bull ring in her nose. And, like, she's the kind of person that everything offends her. You can't even breathe without offending someone. And, like, now you're throwing a fit because you're basically slut-shaming Sydney Sweeney. And I'm like, bruh. Oh, that's too woke. And I'm like, okay, you know what? When you're so woke, you come off as racist and sexist. And more so than the people you're complaining about. Like, how is that sexist or racist? Well, because of da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And then you start saying that. I'm like, doesn't that make you a bit racist and sexist? Because nobody sees that when they see these commercials. You know, it's kind of like if you watch a KFC commercial and you see a black family eating KFC, or you see like an Asian family eating KFC, or white people eating KFC, or like Mexicans eating KFC. Just everybody loves fried chicken. It doesn't matter if you're black or white, you know. And the second you see the black family enjoying KFC, everyone's going to throw a fit and be like, that's racist. And it's like, yeah, but everybody loves fried chicken. Unless you're a pussy-ass vegan. My cracker ass loves me some fried ass chicken, dude. If I go to KFC, you know what I gotta do? Extra crispy drumsticks with a side of gravy. No apologies. Then my stoner autistic ass will sit down and be like, what are you doing, Cobra? I'm like, wouldn't you like to know? Pops open the gravy. Extra crispy drumsticks. Dunks it in the gravy. Oh, watching all that gravy drip off of that like some seductive. Oh my God. If you haven't had KFC's chicken extra crispy dunked in their world famous gravy, oh my God, YouTube, you have no idea. My favorite item from KFC is their Double Down sandwich. But I digress. These are the kind of people who love to get offended on everyone else's behalf because they don't want to come off as some piece of shit. And I'm like, okay, do you ever stop and ask everyone else how they feel about it? Like, you know, like you see a black family eating KFC in a commercial and everyone screams racism, and then everyone else is included in that commercial. Whites, Asians. You make a KFC including a mixed race of people enjoying their delicious chicken, and the second black folks are included in that, you don't want to scream racism. I'm like, yeah, I'm aware of the stereotypes regarding black people, but how's it a stereotype when everybody loves fried chicken? It don't matter if you're white or black. Everybody, unless you're vegan, loves fried chicken. I'm watching Healthy Junk Food back when Julia Bagulia and JP were still dating. And they were in fucking Vietnam, halfway across the fucking world. And there's a goddamn street vendor selling people crispy fried chicken. I'm like, that's what I'm saying, dude. Like, fried chicken is a universally loved thing. So here comes one of those types. Be like, I am going to be the friend that's too woke. And I'm like, nobody wants to hear it. Everyone's pissed about something. And nobody wants to listen to everyone bitch because everyone thinks their opinion's more important than everyone else's. So it's like, you know what? This is why I keep my bitching and my ranting and raving to my YouTube channel, because nobody wants to sit here and watch me fucking go off and bitch and complain all the fucking time. So it's like, I have a healthy outlet for this kind of thing. I'll make a fucking video response and just tell it like it is. You like what Cobra's saying? Hit the like button, subscribe for more. And remember, the human race is the superior race. And power to the people. Well, I sit here sipping my whiskey peach.
Those Sydney Sweeney American Eagle ads are weird. Like, fascist.
Okay, so you look at this white chick bitching about another white chick. First of all, you're just slut-shaming Sydney Watson. And secondly, you can see she's not the prettiest. And she's a little bit chunkier, you know. And it's like, the same assholes like this who are screaming it's all about representation will throw a fit when you represent everyone else in a commercial. Unless it's the they-thems.
Weird. Like, Nazi propaganda weird.
So this commercial was apparently a reference to an old Brooke Shields commercial from the 80s. She goes by
Yeah, I'm not watching that commercial. Fuck you.
legal age. 14 is actually pretty old for Brooke Shields if you know her history and her lore. If anything, that is the most f***ed up thing about this Sydney Sweeney ad.
I'll drink to that, Miss Shoe on Head, 100%. The only thing that's fucked up about the Sydney Sweeney ad is the reference it made to the Brooke Shields commercial. And if you don't know who Brooke Shields is, she is a classic child star who was abused and used by Hollywood because y'all are some sick fucks. And it's like, nope. No. I hate sickos more than I love Ozzy Osbourne, the Prince of Darkness. And quite frankly, the world we live in is just so fucked off and evil and full of disgusting people. And then on top of that, people are such self-righteous hypocrites. And people are such jerks to each other. And like on top of that, everyone's like overly sensitive and overly offended by everything. And it's mentally exhausting. You know what it makes me want to do? Drink. Better not go on YouTube and bitch about gender relations while drinking piss, whiskey and peach, boy.
An old ad of a child star who was abused by Hollywood. But yeah, it was a callback to an old commercial. And Sydney Sweeney is the current day hot celebrity, so they chose to do it with her. They unfortunately failed to consider the fact that in current year, white people are not allowed to say that they have good genes, because that is Nazi propaganda.
A blonde?
It's the fucking truth. I mean, Shoe on Head's not wrong with that. Like how everyone else is allowed to be proud of their heritage. And if you call out all the negative crap that makes their heritage look bad, you either told you're racist, sexist, intolerant, etc., blah, 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 wham. But like if a white person says they're proud of their genes and their genetics and their ancestry, it's like, oh, how dare you, you piece of shit. And it's like, yeah, but not everyone who's white is a piece of shit. Like, stop and think about all the negative stereotypes that affect you as a woman or as LGB or as like a black person, etc. And then stop and think, you know what, I'm sick and tired of all the negative representation of my people. But it's okay to do it to white people because, you know, they're the new faggots in our society, you know. Don't you dare bully someone for being gay because that makes you intolerant, but bully someone for being white and straight, no one says a fucking word. Y'all are a bunch of massive ass hypocrites. I know what you're going to say, yeah, but white, straight, cis people are the norm. That's why, blah, blah, blah. So then when your people become, so when everyone else becomes the norm, that makes it okay for you to bully everyone else? Like, no, dude, fuck you. This is why when I said earlier what I said is I don't give a shit about representation in my commercial. Sell me the product. I don't give a fuck what the person looks like, how hot they are, how big their tits are. I'm like, why should I buy this product? This is exactly why these commercials do not give a shit about your personal political opinion. They're just trying to sell you politics, sex appeal, and what they think you want to see. And it's mentally exhausting. And again, it's like her whole entire body. Sydney Sweeney is literally wearing jeans on her legs and a jeans jacket with no bra and no shirt underneath, showing off her boobs and her butt. Like, people are taking an overly sexualized blonde in a jeans commercial and blowing it out of proportion.
Haired, blue-eyed white woman is talking about her good genes. Like, that is Nazi propaganda.
You don't get to drop lines.
No, it's not. It's not. Okay, they want to call it involuntarily racist. I'm like, when I look up the word involuntary or inverted racism or whatever they're trying to call it these days, I'm like, it's stupid. You're either racist or you're not. Like, there is no in between. Like, you want to talk about subtle racism and this and that? I'm like, yeah, whatever. Racism, period, is only called out when white people do it. Like, the radical right would be throwing a fit about the commercial being too woke if it were to feature anyone else in the commercial. Because it featured a conventionally attractive, hetero-cis-normative, straight white person, particularly a female, every ugly-ass female is now bitching about it. The radical left saying that that's not very representational. You got to be more representative. And I'm like, okay, you know what? White, straight, hetero-cis-normative people exist. Get over it. Gay people, trans people, black people, overweight people, people in general of different shapes, sizes, colors, religions, etc. exist. Get over it. Oh, here we go. All these crazy women and their fucking TikToks bitching because Sydney Sweeney's racist, you guys. Let's hear what they have to say, because this ought to be a treat.
About inherited traits, blue eyes, and great genes, while zooming in on somebody that could have walked straight off of a Nazi propaganda poster. A white, blonde,
Oh, this chick right here has the most annoying, nasaliest, whiniest of voice.
Blue-eyed, Hitler's wet dream, talking about how much she loves her genetics. It's
Again, all this chick too.
not just giving eugenics, it's giving male fantasy.
Male fantasy. Shut up.
I like how
I like how like women are the only ones allowed to have a fantasy about what they want their perfect guy to look like, and if guys complain about it, we get told, well, you don't like it, maybe you should change your looks. But like when women get attention with the same thing, and it's like, who the fuck are these women to speak out on behalf and assume that this is what all men want? Because the second you as a man say, well, this is all what women want, you're immediately called a raging sexist. I can appreciate a bimbo-looking type chick. I can appreciate a chick with a nice body and a pretty face who knows how to fuck, cook, and clean and all that good shit. But, like, fucking, if her personality sucks, I'm gonna be like, no, I'm good on that. You know, like, women expect men to do certain things for them in exchange for what they offer, yet when men expect the same treatment, like, why should I provide for you what you want if you won't provide for me? Because that's what dating is. It's a business exchange. Women act like just because they got a pussy, they don't gotta offer shit. I'm like, yeah, but women are more than just sex, so...
And being attractive to men are like equally terrible things to these people.
Sydney Sweeney's jeans ad.
Here's another chick bitching about Sydney Sweeney's jeans ad. And like, you take one look at this bitch, and she's whiter and more pale than me and Sydney Sweeney combined. You're whiter than she is, and you want to call it racist propaganda because she's white. So I'm like, you're stupid.
It is giving ethnic state propaganda. It is giving dystopian. It is giving 1940s.
Here's the thing of it. If this redhead bitching about this had blonde hair with her big, beautiful blue eyes and her pale skin, she would be getting the same treatment as Sydney Sweeney. Like, oh, you're automatically a racist piece of shit because you're white, straight, cisgendered male, female, blue-eyed, whatever. Like, fuck off.
Germany.
Why do they all speak the same? Why do they all do the same shit? They all say the same. It's giving. It's giving. Put a blonde-haired, blue-eyed, fair-skinned woman in an ad and say she has good genes. I don't know if I can say this, but it's literally giving Nazi propaganda. It's giving. Also, the flesh-colored microphone? Why? It's giving dick, okay? It's giving penis. It's giving I can't believe I actually have to explain this, but there is a reason that they picked a girl named Sydney Sweeney for this ad, and it's not just her blonde hair and her blue eyes. Sydney Sweeney is laying with her German Shepherd dog in this shoe. Her name is Sydney Sweeney, so her initials are SS.
Yeah, you cannot make shit like this up. People are this fucking retarded. So because Sydney Sweeney's initials are SS, because she just happens to be a white blonde female with good looks and beautiful blue eyes, you don't know why the fuck she has that German Shepherd. That could be her therapy dog. Like, so now you're a racist because of the dog you own. Like, I don't wanna anymore. I'm sick of people's shit. All these ugly-ass women who are slut-shaming Sydney Sweeney and trying to call it, like, racist propaganda and this and that. And it's just like, how about no? Even the women who are just as attractive as Sydney Sweeney are saying it's sexually objectifying to women and this and that. And it's like, two things. One, if Sydney Sweeney had a problem with the script for the commercial, she could have easily turned it down. It doesn't make her anything or less. And two, it's never called sexually objectifying when, like, men are being overly sexualized for the female gaze on a Calvin Klein underwear ad. I'm just saying. All these fucking bitches who are sitting there saying it's Nazi propaganda. It's like, shut the fuck up, you stupid fucking 304 self-hating slut-shaming fucking femcel cunt.
They intentionally included her German Shepherd dog in the photo shoot. Oh my god. Take your meds! Meds, 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 meds! Her name is Sydney Sweeney. Her initials are SS, like the Nazis. The dog is a German Shepherd, German, like the Nazis. Are they putting crack in birth control nowadays? What is going on? She is a hot woman. She is a hot woman because of the way she looks.
What's going on is that these people have the easiest of lives, and the worst they have to complain about is that this jeans commercial has offended them. Mind you, there were people in Africa who were dying of starvation and AIDS. The Palestinians and the Middle Eastern Israelis are fighting with each other. There's like war going all over the world. People are dying of AIDS, starvation, hunger, and rape and murder. All these horrible things that people in third world countries have to go through. And you as a Western privileged, first world woman are slut-shaming Sydney Sweeney because you're jealous of how hot she is and how much attention she gets. And, like, she can't have any of these, like, traits as far as genetics goes. And she can't fucking have a German Shepherd without everyone accusing her of being racist and shit. And it's like Shiwan had said, take your meds because you're not well. None of this crap would work if there was, like, a commercial featuring less attractive they-thems who were different than white skin tone, what have you. If I were to bitch about it, it'd be like, this is propaganda towards white, straight, hetero, normative people. Everyone would look at me and tell me that I'm a piece of shit and I'm not woke enough. And like, well, if you can't handle representation of other people, then just don't watch the commercial. We're going to scream about representation because it's not fair, you guys. Healthy at any size, you know, blah, blah, blah. But feature a fucking attractive, skinny, white, blonde woman and everyone, like, loses their shit. All while screaming it's all about representation. You smelly ass fucking hypocrites.
She looks the way she looks because of genetics. She has great genes. That is how a normal person sees it. She's blonde and has blue eyes and her initials are SS and she has a German Shepherd. Is how a schizophrenic, politically brain-rotted person sees it.
Sydney Watson said, Shiwan had said it. Now here we fucking go. Here's this white woman, and she has the glasses, and she's got the look on her face. The look.
This is Jess. How can I help today?
Hi, I am a marketing student and was wondering if I could speak to someone who could maybe give me some...
She's got the look. I'm a pissed off femcel. I hate men. Everything's offensive. Everything's racist or sexist, you know. She just has that look in her eyes. And the glasses on her face say it all.
Insight as to what estimated return on investment there has to be willing to use white supremacy and eugenics as your marketing campaign.
On a marketing campaign?
Harassing some poor worker, doesn't even fucking speak English, has all to do with the commercial. These people are sick.
Yeah, I will drink to that. Shiwan head. You got this woman with her fucking hair in a braid. She's got the I'm better than you, I'm woke, granny asshole glasses. The only thing this bitch is missing is a giant nose ring and half of her head shaved, while the other half is dyed the entire rainbow colors. Like, you're literally harassing customer support at Eagle Jeans, customer support woman who doesn't even speak English has fuck all to do with the goddamn jeans commercial. Like, yeah, these people are beyond sick, shoe-on head. You fucking said it. It's like, no. I'm gonna be sitting here sipping on my whiskey and peach, like. Like, how about no? You know, if this were, like, politically reversed and the radical woke thought, well, this commercial is just the greatest thing ever, and if the radical right were throwing a fit and harassing people for making this commercial, but all you have to do is say, you know what, I'm not going to buy their jeans, I'm not going to watch the commercial. If people like the commercial, that's their choice, not mine. Like, learning to stop giving a shit what people think about you or what other people think is a wonderful strategy, folks. It's like we're so offended by what other people think about everything else, and then we're offended by what they think about us. No wonder why people are not mentally okay, man. Like, oh, King Cobra said it, and I'm like, what? I fucking hate the human race, and yet I still believe in world peace. And I want us as a species to do better. And I refuse to completely treat women and men. I refuse to treat anyone like shit just because I hate the human race. Or go out of my way to crap on people unless they really deserve it.
Yes, I recently saw American Eagle's eugenics marketing campaign where they used that white blonde girl and talked about how good her genes were in a time where racism is rampant in the.
You want to talk about in a time where racism is rampant? I'm like, fuck you, you fucking self-righteous woke hypocrite piece of shit. Because it's like racism's only called out when white people. Oh my fucking God, this is so mentally exhausting. If, like, the Sydney Sweeney commercial had featured a conventionally attractive black woman, people would have been bitching because, well, not all body types look like that, and that's fat phobic, and how dare you? You know, and then, like, you feature a white woman, now everyone on top of it's calling it racist and this and that, and it's just like, it's a commercial. I could give a fuck about any of it. Like, you shouldn't need representation to feel good about yourself. Stop giving a fuck about what everyone else thinks. Stop giving a fuck of what they think about you. And stop giving a fuck about representation in fucking corporate faceless commercials that don't give a fuck about your needs or your wants. All they're trying to do is sell you a product. Like, where racism's running rampant in America, you know why it's allowed to run rampant? Because nobody calls out racism when it happens to white people. So systematically that makes white people hate everyone else's race just as much. And all that does is continue the hypocrisy and the racism, dude. Because, like, racism's never called out when it happens to a white person. Well, how can it be racist towards white people when all white people are racist? How is it rape when it happens to a man? Because all men are rapist pigs.
I see. Thank you for taking time to share your feedback.
Why are you bothering this random ass Filipino woman with your West Wing ass TED talk? Nobody gives a
Okay, so there's no way to, as a student, I can't learn about when eugenics makes sense in marketing? No one on the marketing team can talk to me about that?
Oh yeah, this bitch. She's just got that attitude, that look in her face, like she's insufferable. I'm like, it's not eugenics. Like, white people exist just like everybody else. If that offends you, suck my dick. Like I said, if they would have featured a 900-pound, overweight, obese black person, female, they, them, XYZ, you know, the radical left and women like this asshole on TikTok would be sitting there praising this commercial for its progressiveness, and then the second you feature someone who isn't a part of everything else, all of a sudden it's racist and intolerant. And I'm like, okay, if it's all about tolerance, then fuck sickos, and we gotta tolerate each other. Like, and she's just got the look in her eyes. A crazy, psycho, entitled white female who's a little bit overweight and unattractive and mad at the world. And she wants everyone to think she's a good person, so it's like, okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna throw a progressive, liberal, fucking woke fit about this Sydney Sweeney bullshit and slut shame her. And then get mad because we're sick and tired of everyone judging us for the way we look.
I miss like 50 years ago when these people would just be serial killers instead of doing whatever the f this is. She's even got other celebrities seething.
Genes are passed down from parents to offspring, often determining traits like hair color, personality, and even eye color. My genes are blue.
Haha, she did a dumb redneck voice, get it? Because all white people are dumb inbred hicks?
That's what I'm saying. Shoeing head's not wrong with that. Like, yeah, why is it that the black people walk around acting like they're black, you know, this and that? It's cultural appropriation, but like when black people make fun of us white folks and start doing the dumb redneck hick voice, no one says, hey, that's a negative stereotype and not all white people are like that. And excuse me, madam, that's cultural appropriation. How dare you? The hypocrisy of how insufferable everything is makes my fucking head spin. I'm like, certainly black people are sick and tired of all the negative stereotypes that make their race look bad. And it's like, well, how the fuck do you think white people feel with this crap, you know? Like, this is why I don't judge people based off of nothing but how you treat me and how you treat other people. Like, you're black, that's cool. You're a female, you're trans, you're black, you're gay, you're whatever, fine. As long as you ain't a goddamn motherfucking nasty-ass sick fuck, I don't give a fuck. Like, you want to hate on me because I'm white and your ancestors have been so oppressed by white people and white people terrible. I want to look at you and be like, yeah, white people were slaves in Africa. And, you know, sorry to hear about your negative experience. Peace be with you, brother. And power to the people and fuck sickos. Well, fuck you, Cobra. I'm like, dude, do you need a Tic Tac, a doobie, and a hug? Does that make you feel better? Because your breath stinks from talking all that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
good one, Doja. Hey, by the way, why are you pandering to the same exact people who got your ass canceled for wearing a Sam Hyde shirt once. They all think you're racist too, girl, but nice try. Hope they see this.
Doja Cat is making fun of Sydney Sweeney's ad only because she realized after all those years of her kissing up to white supremacists, they're never going to accept her because she's a half black woman. Wearing the Sam Hyde shirt, you dating all these white supremacists. So make fun of the ad all you want, but we'll never forget you rolling around in those chat rooms showing white supremacists your feet so they could make fun of your black ass.
Oh, they did.
Wait, what? You're telling me the same woman who's complaining about the Sydney Sweeney ad being racist is a half-black woman walking around wearing a Sam Hyde t-shirt? What? Okay, well, what kind of self-righteous, self-hating hypocrisy is this? Bro. No. I'm like, wait a minute. Kanye West wearing a t-shirt that says White Lives Matter. Everyone gives him shit about it. Like, is he one of them self-hating blacks? I can't quite tell. If Eminem were to wear a t-shirt that said White Lives Matter, his white ass would be canceled so quickly, dude. So I'm like, what? And then you want to throw a fit because the Sydney Sweeney ad is racist. I'm just like... I've been trying to do this video response for ages, and like I do one for Sydney Watson and didn't like the way it turned out, so then I delete it. Then I see She Went Ahead did the same video, and I'm like, fucking just respond to it. And like even Blair White did a video on this topic. She was like, y'all hate white people, and it is what it is. And it's not called out because of all the crap white people have done to everyone else over the last couple of centuries. So your solution to end the hatred, because it's all about how you're sick and tired of being judged for being a female, for being black, for being gay, trans, what have you. But it's okay for you to judge everyone else for the same reasons you're sick and tired of being judged for. Right. And like, I get a little political with it on my channel, and some people just don't want to listen because they know I'm right, and I go too far to prove my point, and I piss off all the right people.
See it, and they still hate you.
Weird adverts aside about how the best genes are characterized in a conventionally attractive white, blonde, blue-eyed woman. Not true. I mean, look at me. Within 5 years...
Okay, so why is it that, like, if, like, people who aren't white find certain characteristics attractive about people, no one says they're racist, or no one says, oh, hey, you're sick and tired of people not dating you because you're this and that, but here you are going after people who are way out of your league. You know? You see a bunch of ugly-ass women bitching because no hot guy wants to approach them, and then when a less attractive guy approaches them, he's automatically a creep and a fucking rapist and a serial killer and a stalker. And then every guy they wants an attractive woman too, wants an attractive person to date too, and then the very same women who are complaining about how shallow men are just as shallow as they are. Women will scream that looks are not everything, but the second the guy gives them the heebie-jeebies, they're like, no, I'm not having it. Some like 45-year-old dude with his gut hanging out, picking Cheetos crumbs out of his belly button. You know, walking up to a bunch of hot college chicks like, hey, you're pretty cute. If you were a Twinkie, I would eat you out. You want to come down to my mom's basement and play duck hunt? We could heat up some pizza rolls. Every chick sitting there going, ugh. And it's like, watch. Who cares if he's not the most attractive? Who cares if he's not the next Brad Pitt? You know, like, he could have a really great personality. You don't know what he's like. That argument goes out the window when she's creeped out by him. But like when it's gender reversed and it's some chick trying to get her ugly chick friends some dick. Every group of female friends has like the one ugly chick because instead of just being friends with her because you like her personality, you're only friends with her because it boosts your fucking female ego and makes all the other chicks in the group feel attractive. And then when she's sitting there bitching because, oh, there's a cute guy she wants to ask out, but she doesn't have the boobs to do it. I'm like, grow up here and just do it. What's the worst he can do? Say no? That's why I tell my fellow dudes. What's the worst she can do? Say no? Her loss, not yours. Sitting there like, and then of course you, being the, because you want to pat yourself on the back because you're such a good person, you walk up to the guy she's into and be like, hey, my female friend thinks you're really cute. She's not feeling so hot. Could you buy her a drink and maybe flirt with her and make her feel pretty? What does she look like? Points her out to the dude. Jesus Christ. Ugh. I'm like, no. I don't think there's enough Jack Daniels to make that pretty. Oh my God, you're such a typical guy. You're so shallow. I'm like, really? So you're going to call me shallow when I won't fucking date her because she's ugly? But you won't date a guy if he's ugly, so you're no better than I am, dude. That's mean. Fuck you, Josh. You're saying fuck me? Like, fuck you, Josh. Well, if you're offering, can I buy you drinks first? Like, women will complain when men are shallow and treat them like shit and don't want to date them because they're fat and ugly. But the second women do the same thing to men, no one calls out the hypocrisy because you want to sleep with them. It's like, wait a minute, women are just as creepy and shallow as men, and it only gets called out when men do it? Well, no wonder why men are sick of this shit. I can't call an ugly fat chick a rapist because her boobs are too small, and she's hitting on me and she's got a busted ass, ugly ass face. And be like, oh, you're staring at my huge biceps? Well, honey, my eyes are up here. Because it doesn't work like that for men, now does it, ladies? No, it doesn't. Like, Cobra, that's mean. And I'm like, I don't care. I'm kind of an asshole when I drink whiskey, but that's neither here nor there.
Or as soon as she shows any sign of aging, that's it. The moment she becomes visibly over 25.
Enjoy the ride now, babe, before you get too old and ugly and hit the wall.
You laugh, shoe one head, but the wall's a real thing. There are women out there who spend their entire life chasing after men who treat them like shit, and she thinks, I can change him. All I have to do is give him good sex and cook for him, and maybe he'll change his ways. All you're doing is reinforcing his shitty behavior. Because if, like, women treated me like shit, and then I thought, well, if I give them the amazing Cobra dick, maybe they'll stop being a cunt and, like, behave themselves. And then they continue to treat me like shit and just use me for my dick. And then if I then proceed to complain because I'm sick and tired of all these sluts and gold diggers who just use me for my money and dick, women would look at me and go, you're doing it to yourself. Stop giving bad women good provisions. And then once women get over their dating assholes phase, now every guy they date's a piece of shit. They have trust issues as a result. And so by the time they're 40 and they haven't found a man to settle down and have kids with, now all men are pigs and they're stuck in, you guessed it, boxed wine and Catland.
Stop! Don't touch me there! This is my no-no square!
Boxed wine and Catland. You spent half of your fertile years chasing after assholes who treat you like shit, thinking you could change them with sex, and when it didn't work, all of a sudden now all men are assholes. And it's like, women don't want to be changed. Would you date a guy that constantly hates women and tries to change you for who you are as a person? The answer is no. And the same men bitching about this crap are now like in their 50s and 60s and they haven't found a woman. It's like, well, you did it to yourself.
Stop! Don't touch me there! This is my no-no square!
And men are starting to realize that men are the prize, we are the providers, we are the protectors, and we do not need pussy in our life to be happy.
Stop! Don't touch me there!
That women are more than just sex, and if all she has to offer you is good pussy, and her personality sucks, I'm like, well, no, I'm good on that. She don't respect me for who I am and what I can provide, then she's not worth the squeeze.
This is my no-no square!
Oh, and when women hit the wall when they're 40 to 50 years old, they have no kids, they're not married, and every guy they date's a piece of shit and a creep. Like, you wasted your good years trying to fucking, like, simp pimp fucking assholes who treat you like crap. And when men are like, no, you're not gonna simp trap me. I am my own person. Like, yeah, I'll worship the ground you walk on if you treat me with respect. You respect me, I'll respect you.
Stop!
And when they realize that modern day feminism has failed them miserably. Modern day feminism has failed you miserably. It's taught you to fucking hate yourself, hate other women, hate men, blame men for everything, while still expecting men to pay for everything. And the second a man does pay for everything, of course it's fucking sexist. You want to be treated like a Disney princess and a queen and have the world provided for you on a silver platter just because you got a fucking vagina and you suck dick. And then as soon as we give you what you want, any good man will give you what you want and not expect anything in return, like sex or what have you. It's all about treat others the way you want to be treated. Fuck the sex. He's still a pig because, you know what I'm saying, like, and men are just sitting here, so let me get this straight. I'm a pig for trying to approach you, and I'm a pig for trying to give you what you want. Right. I'm a pig for giving you what you want, and now I'm a pig because I want to approach you because all men are pigs. And men are sick of that crap. Gee, I wonder why men are just like, nope. There's a wonderful website out there, fellas, I'd like to recommend to all my fellow single dudes out there. It's a website called Chatterbait. They have all kinds of chicks for your needs. You're into trannies, you're into like fat chicks, you're into black chicks, you're into white chicks, skinny chicks, small-breasted chicks, chicks with fat asses, overweight, ugly chicks, fucking, you know. They got you covered.
Stop! Don't touch me there! This is my no-no square! Stop! Don't touch me there! This is my no-no square!
By the time she spent her 30s and 40s chasing after guys who treat her like shit, all while bitching because no guy wants her or treats her right, but she'll friend zone every guy that's good for her because I just don't see you like that. And it's like, newsflash, women hate getting friend zoned too. And when they get friend zoned, women are the only ones allowed to complain about it. And the second a woman gets friend zoned, it's like, why won't you date me? Because I'm fat, I'm ugly, because my tits aren't big enough, because my ass ain't perfect, or my face is ugly. And it's like, honey, pull my dick out of your cunt and chill the fuck out. You're just mad because you got told no. Shocker, women hate being told no too. Well, And what happens when, like, women are expected to have everything handed to them because dudes want to fuck them, because men would rather fuck women than fight with them. It's what it is. And that kind of breeds this kind of femcel, female entitlement that modern day women have. It's like, let's see, would I rather have a verbal argument that leads to me being, I'm a piece of shit, fuck you, all men are the worst, or do I want to make love to my woman and cuddle with her afterwards? I'm like, well, you don't gotta twist my ass that hard. I'd rather fuck the shit out of her like the goddess sexy porn star that she is. Eat her pussy out like a fat kid eating chocolate. And when she's had her big O, and she's like, take me, you stud, and I fucking just pound the shit out of that crap. Kiss her, play with her titties, suck and fuck and all that. Boom, I get my nut. I get my nut off, and it's like, hey, shit, look at that. We both had a nice orgasm, and we're both sitting there cuddling, laughing at stupid shit. I'm just saying, I'd rather fucking fuck women than fight with them, you know? That's just my opinion. I'd rather eat your pussy out than argue with you, but that's just my opinion.
Stop.
But wokely. This is just something I've noticed in the decade of criticizing feminism on the internet.
This is why, like, women hitting the wall is a real thing. Because by the time these women are 40 or 50, it's like, well, if you can't find a man by the time you're 50, 60 years old, then maybe you're a bitch, and maybe because you're attracted to men who treat you like shit, and then you bitch because all men are assholes. I'm like, what? I'm like, do I have to top off my peaches and whiskey because this is predictable and sad? Because most men who are like 50, 60 years old, by the time they can't have a female to be with this, they just say, fuck it, I'll stay single because I don't care. There are worse things than being single. You look at how Sharon just lost her Aussie, you know, and you're complaining because you can't find another half to be with. Imagine spending your entire life with someone just to lose them because of old age and health and circumstances. And all of a sudden you're complaining about a problem you contributed to. Like, yeah, have fun with that. Personally, if I found the goth chick in my dreams and we spent the rest of our life together, I would absolutely love it. But the thought of her dying before I do, or me dying before she does, is the main reason why I hate dating. It's not because of, like, say, the rejection, because I've been rejected by every chick I've liked since the 4th grade. And then every chick that rejected me grows up and complains because every guy they've dated is an asshole. And then they look back on Joshy and it's like, I wonder what Saunders is doing. And then they see I'm a YouTube celebrity and a lot of fangirls want to fuck me and bear my demon spawn. All of a sudden they're like, damn, I should have given Josh a chance. Well...
Male feminists are the most misogynistic, sexist freaks ever.
Wait, so you're saying now that male feminists are fucking sexist? Wait a minute. Okay, stop. Alcohol, brain, engage. So now men are sexist because we're feminists? And then if we don't care about women's rights, we're also sexists. It's like, what do these women want? Like, wait, what? So, like, we don't care about women's issues because feminism is stupid and modern day feminism is toxic towards men. All of a sudden, it's all men are sexists. And then the second we do care and put all of our political differences aside, we're also pieces of shit. I'm just like, where's the tobacco?
When they finally have an acceptable, approved target to go after. God forbid you are a woman with the incorrect opinion, because hell hath no fury like a male feminist replying to you.
Oh, fuck off, shoe on head. That's no offense to like shoe on head, but like hell has no fury like a woman's scorn. And God forbid you be a man that has his own opinions. Because men, especially if you're white and straight and cisgendered, you're not allowed to have your own opinion, all while you're being shouted at to respect everyone else's opinions.
Strawberry blonde, blue-eyed woman marketing having great genes. This is just a whole fucking eugenics campaign, and
her entire body is wearing jeans. She has a pair of blue jeans and a jeans t-shirt jacket thing with no bra, no shirt underneath, showing off her ass, showing off her titties. The whole thing is just overly sexualizing a cute blonde for some jeans. That's it. Like, women have no problems using their sex appeal to get what they want, but then turn around and bitch and complain because women are overly sexualized and it's disgusting. And I fully agree. The fact that women are... I can appreciate a good-looking woman with some nice titties and a pretty face, but it doesn't mean you gotta overly sexualize it. Like, men like what they like, women like what they like. As long as you're not a damn sicko, who gives a shit? And yet, the hypocrisy of our society is that if men find Sydney Sweeney attractive, we're seen as typical male pigs and monsters and racists and this and that. Or like, if a woman finds a guy attractive in an overly sexualized ad involving men, nobody says a fucking word. It's because you want to fuck these chicks that are acting like this. Like, women are the only ones who can get away with this hypocrisy. Men cannot pull it off. Because as soon as we try, we're told that all men are pigs. And then if you try saying all women are just this and that, you know, you'd never hear the end of it.
for one, would like to throw myself off a balcony.
Do it. Do a backflip.
Yeah, do it. Do us all a favor and just do it.
Live stream it. Also, these people just straight up don't know what the eugenics movement is. Talking about genetics is not eugenics. Sydney Sweeney did not say she had the best genes or superior genes or that other people had...
That's what I'm saying, shoe on head. Thank you. If Sydney Sweeney didn't say my genes are perfect and I have the best genes ever, look at my blue eyes. It's not like Sydney Sweeney was marching out, goose-stepping with a Hitler salute with swastikas body painted over her big titties, and then she just rips off her jean jacket and says, Sydney Sweeney has great genes. Fucking A. I remember when hip huggers first came out. When I was a kid in junior high and high school, hip huggers became the thing, and chicks everywhere were wearing them, showing off their butts. And I'm not complaining. Like, chicks want to show off their butt and their tits. I'm like, you don't have to get my attention, but, like, if you want to, hey, do your thing. It's your body. It's your right, you know. Who am I to argue because men show off their bodies for the opposite sex all the time, and yet when women get too handsy or aggressive with their flirting, men just gotta sit here and take this shit, like, and men don't care because it's like, it just means chicks find them attractive. Even if she's not the prettiest, you still got a chick that finds you attractive. Men are not that picky when it comes down to the baseline of everything. You know, and now you got these pussy-ass faggot men who are afraid to approach women because they might get called a creep, you guys. I'm like, women are just as fucking creepy as men, and they're the only ones allowed to get away with it. Jessica Boyle stalking my ass. Anyone outside of my social circle or my fan base wouldn't care. They'd be like, oh, a chick stalking a dude. Oh, he's probably a faggot because he won't go out with her. You know, but like when it's the Jessica Boyle situation is gender reversed, my ass would be in jail right now for being a typical guy. Like, suck Ozzy's asshole, dude.
Bad, inferior genes. Someone even made like a fake ad, like, Beyonce has better genes, and it's like, why'd you pick the picture where she has like a blonde wig on?
This campaign is poking at women's greatest and most tender insecurity under the patriarchy, which is
You're saying women are insecure about the way they look and society puts too much pressure on women to look a certain way? I'm like, well, join the club, because how do you think men feel? You know, men are being told the same shallow messages by society, like, if you don't have a huge cock and, like, I'm proud of my dick, thank you very much. Fucking sitting there like, oh, you don't got big arms, this and that, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, whatever. Women are sitting there being told you're not attractive because you're not figured, you know. Men are being told you're not a real man because you don't got a six-pack abs. Like, if dudes find chicks with double D round titties attractive, he's a pig. But if she finds the dudes who are attractive because they're 6 feet tall, they got a huge cock and they're big-ass muscles, no one says shit. And the reason, like I said, the reason why you don't call women out on their shit is because you want to sleep with them. And it's like, I know I'm right in, like, society and people are fake as fuck, but the second I call out the hypocrisy, I'm going to be attacked for being called a sexist. And I'm going to be told to check my male privilege. And if I turn around and go, well, check your female privilege, I'm not allowed to smack you if women get too handsy with the flirting. But, like, if a dude gets too handsy with the flirting, he's immediately smacked. And I'm like, stop touching people without consent. And, like, stop smacking each other unless it's in self-defense. Give a shit what gender you are.
desirability in the beauty standard. It affects not only non-white women, even though this is clearly white supremacist, Aryan race propaganda, but it also adversely affects the majority of white women who do not naturally have
an attractive black woman bitching about another attractive woman who just happens to be white. So, like, that's typical.
Blonde hair and blue eyes. Because yes, even women who can achieve this look have to do it through artificial means in one way or another. The vast majority of white women...
I personally hate the way I look. I wish I had a full head of hair. I wish my teeth were in better shape. I wish my skin were pale white. And I wish I had, like, the handsomest, the most stunningest of dark green eyes. But alas, I'm stuck with the genetics I got and the way my body is now, so I just accept it. Men are not allowed to bitch because women have a type, and, like, oh, well, if you bitch about it, you get told, well, Chad, if you don't want, if you're just jealous. the chicks find this dude attractive, so like you better start working out and like, you know, you better let women treat you like shit. And the second you argue with them, it's sexism and like male privilege.
Are not naturally blonde. And of course, lots of white women are also insecure about having brown eyes. So that's a
I'm like, okay, you're not a white woman, so who the fuck are you to speak out about what white women have to go through?
a whole generation of young white women who are being further propagandized to purchase blonde hair dye and contacts for the rest of all time. Okay, what are...
On top of that, who the fuck are you to judge and say this is what all men want? Because the second you say all men want this and that, no one says a fucking word. The second you're like, well, all women want is a dude who's like 6 feet tall, has 6-pack abs, has a 6-inch dick when he's hard, and makes 6 figures, and he's like more attractive than Fabio and Brad Pitt, you know, and this and that, you know. Chicks would lose their shit and go, oh my god. And he's like super fucking ripped. He's able to pick you up and lay you down on the bed. And then eat your pussy out and go, honey, tell me how many women you fucking hate. Talk to me about all the women you hate. All the men you think are pigs. What are you going to do? It's like, well, I'm going to be a good listener and eat your pussy out while you're minging on about it. Well... like, oh, honey, you're feeling insecure about yourself. You're slut-shaming all the women you hate while complaining you're sick and tired of slut-shaming. Well, I'm sorry you're going through that. Can I offer you some pink champagne and some good oral? It's like, what are you going to do? I'm like, I want to eat your pussy out while you bitch and complain. I'm going to listen and offer my 2 cents. But if I don't talk to you for that long, it's because my face is buried in your cunt and I'm busy. Eating out my goddess and my cobra angel's puss like... I got Tequila Rose, I got Ben & Jerry's ice cream, I got homemade cheesecake. I want you to indulge in your favorite sweets while I eat your sweet pussy out. Like, I'm going to eat your pussy out. I don't care if you suck my dick, because there are a lot of guys out there who are struggling to get pussy, and I got one at my fingertips. Of course I'm going to eat it out. Because a good man will appreciate a good woman when he has one. And vice versa, you know. The women who don't appreciate good men in their life are the ones who are super bitchy and entitled because all the nice guys just don't do it for them. They'd rather fucking date assholes that treat them like shit and then complain because every guy they date's a fucking asshole. And I'm just sitting here like, yeah, have fun with that.
Attractive women just not allowed to model anymore because, like, God forbid it makes some other women insecure.
That's what I'm saying, like, are attractive women not allowed to model anymore because it makes less attractive women feel insecure about themselves? And that's when I look at women and go, stop comparing yourselves to other women. Who gives a fuck what people think about you? You're beautiful in your own special way, and that's all that matters. No, fucking got the hiccups. You're beautiful in your own special way, that's all that matters. Stop comparing yourself to women or the pretty slags you see in the advertisements.
Someone with brown eyes, I've never once felt insecure about having brown eyes. Like, yeah, I'm not going to get into hyperborea, but I've seen myself photoshopped with blue eyes. Horrifying. So we've gone from Nazi propaganda...
Oh, no, exactly my point. I have brown eyes too, Miss shoe on head. And I've often felt insecure about my brown eyes because it is what it is. I am myself very insecure with the way I look. You know, I'll pick apart my features. I don't see myself as being perfect. And like, nobody's perfect, you know. And people are constantly telling me, Cobra, you're a handsome young dude. And you gotta stop being so hard on yourself. And I'm like, yeah, but... So, like, I totally understand where these chicks are coming from in that sense. When you see a more attractive member of the same sex that's getting all the attention from the opposite sex. And it makes me feel like shit because I'm not pretty or handsome enough. And then when I bitch about it, how is this not objectifying men? I'm being told to check my male privilege. And if you want to be as pretty as that dude, you better start working out and working on your features and everything and this and that. But when it happens to women, they're being told we're just beautiful the way we are. If you don't like it, too bad. Right.
To genocide, to racism, to now, poor little girls are gonna feel insecure because they don't have blue eyes like Sydney Sweeney.
Another thing about the Sydney Sweeney beauty standard that is very important to note is that big boobs are a hallmark of what conservative men are attracted.
Oh my fucking god, fuck you, you stupid slut. Having big boobs apparently is an attractive feature that conservative men want. I'm like, okay, so like, what if you're a female who desires big cock? I'm like, yeah, that's what fucking women want. They want a leftist, soy boy, feminist cock who's got a huge cock and who fucking hates men and worships the ground you walk on. Fuck you.
Do. At the end of the early 2000s and through the 2010s, we were becoming a more progressive society, and so we also naturally...
And it's like, here's the thing of it. Women can't control their boob size any more than men can control their dick size. Except, wait, men do not have dick implants. Women can easily get breast implants or take, like, birth control or, like, hormone pills and this and that. Women have all the options in the world, like... Like, women have more control over their boob size than men do over their dick size. And you want to bitch when men find big boobs attractive, and the second that men bitch because women find big cocks attractive, we get told to check our male privilege. A girl's gonna have her needs. Fuck you. When her dick is so big, it stretches your cunt out, and you have a hard time sitting down. And you're just like, ow, fuck. All of a sudden, it's a different story, huh, ladies?
Progress to be a more ass-centric society.
In the 2000s, we were becoming more progressive, so we started objectifying women's butts. What? The communist utopia will be ass-centric, apparently. I didn't know the ass first thing was political. How does she know conservatives are all boob men? Conservatives in the audience, are you a boobs or butt guy? What political affiliation are the feet men?
I'm like, that's what I'm saying. Who gives a fuck if you're a boob guy or a butt guy? Women are allowed to sexualize men and objectify us for our bodies. But the second we do it to them, it's because all men are pigs. Not because people are shallow, self-righteous, self-based hypocrites. No, it's because men are assholes and we need to check our fucking male privilege.
Libertarians. Listen, they can try to disguise it with their little intersectionality buzzwords all they want, but at the end of the day, women just want a socially acceptable reason to hate other women. That's it.
What? You're telling me Sydney Sweeney only gets hatred at shoe on head because women want a socially acceptable reason to hate other women while bitching because men hate them? And then on top of that, you're allowed to hate men because men are pigs. This is how modern day fit women have become. I'm like, no wonder why you're so fucking miserable, dude. Jesus Christ. That bitchy, entitled women want an excuse to hate other women, hate themselves, and hate men. So they buy into all this social media bullshit and all their negative experiences.
Good genes passed on to offspring? That American Eagle ad with Sydney Sweeney is literally about eugenics. I know you don't want to hear this, but if you want to talk about how that ad...
So, like, Sydney Sweeney's not allowed to be proud of her hotness, but, like, you're allowed to be proud of yourself because you're ugly and because you're a different race. And I'm like, I don't give a fuck what color your skin is, because hot chicks come in different shapes, sizes, and colors. So what the fuck are these assholes on about?
It's promoting eugenics, which it absolutely is. We also have to talk about how choosing not to wear a mask when you can during an ongoing pandemic, because you're okay with a certain subset of people, primarily disabled people of color, dying for your own comfort, is...
Oh my fucking god, so if I don't wear a fucking chin diaper, it's now oppression. I'm like, guess what? I remember the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic. Guess what? I am unvaccinated. I have not received a single vaccination. And I refused to wear a mask during the pandemic unless it was forced upon me. And guess what? I don't have COVID-19. I've never gotten sick with COVID-19. Maybe because my immune system is legendary. I'm the kind of person that hardly ever gets sick. And I'm like, you know what? Fuck you. You want to judge people for the way they look and then throw a fit when they judge you for the way you look. Y'all are a bunch of massive ass hypocrites. You know that? That's what it is. It's like we're sick and tired of everyone judging us for the way we look, but we're going to judge Sydney Sweeney because the way she looks.
Also eugenics. One second. 2025. We're talking about wearing masks for COVID in 2025. I like how she's woke scolding the other woke scolds for not woke scolding about her particular pet issue.
No shits, showing head. No fucking shit.
It broke the brains of so many of these people, man. It's because it's when the world was just a giant, safe HR longhouse where it was socially acceptable for them to be moral busybodies and never leave their home.
Well, when it's morally acceptable to bully people because they're not woke enough, or because they're fucking white, straight, cisgendered, and male, or white, straight, cisgendered, and heterosexual, like how dare they, all while screaming that gender doesn't exist. But you better respect my gender pronouns, otherwise you're a bigot. And how we're sick and tired of everyone judging me for the way I think, but I want to judge you for the way you think. I'm just like... Let that sink in.
It was like the closest to their live shit utopia that we have ever gotten, and they miss it.
I remember growing up in a predominantly white community, wishing myself out of this body, out of this culture, take my name, if it meant that I could wake up blonde-haired and blue-eyed, never having to explain who I am or worry about being accepted. That is why this American Eagle...
If you don't want to worry about being accepted, then stop worrying about it. Like, you all are literally contributing to your own fucking problems. Stop giving a shit if people love you and accept you. Stop giving a shit if these faceless corporations represent you. Stop being overly offended by everything. And, like, stop acting like you're the next Jesus Christ and you gotta preach to the world. Like, no one cares, dude. Shut the fuck up.
With Sydney Sweeney is especially off-putting.
Listen, I'm sorry that happened to you, but we live in a predominantly white country. If you go to another country, there will be a different beauty standard. If you go to the country of your ancestors, there will be a different beauty standard, and maybe it will look more like you. But again, she didn't say her genes were better or the best, and it's not like all the hot popular celebrities look like Sydney Sweeney. Look at Ana de Armas. Look at Zendaya. They don't look anything like Sydney Sweeney, and they are known as very beautiful around Hollywood. This is why corporations and the media think in order to pander to the female gaze, everything has to be like average and frumpy and ugly. Because women.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, the females are sitting there saying we don't got to appeal to the man's gaze. That's exactly my fucking point. Shoe on head. Is like women are sitting there throwing a fit because we don't got to appeal to the man's gaze and then throw a fit because men won't notice us. And the second we try to appeal to that gaze, every man's a creep for trying. And now you got to appeal to the female gaze when it comes to, like, having women that represent what you look like and calling men pigs because they find the Victoria's Secret model attractive. But then turn around, no one's going to call you a hypocritical cunt when you're drooling over the Calvin Klein model ads. That make all men look gross and ugly and unattractive. And, like, it's not body shaming when it happens to men. And now you're going to throw a fit about the Sydney Sweeney ad. All while screaming you're sick and tired about everyone judging you because you're a female. Or judging you because of the way you look. And how you're sick and tired of slut shaming. Kiss my ass.
Can't stop projecting their insecurities. Not every character in a movie or a video game has to look like you. Not everyone in an ad has to look like you. Hell, the only time I see people who look like me is when I turn on the live-action Grinch movie. You notice men never say this shit, by the way? They usually go like, wow, that man is strong. I don't look like that. I'm gonna go to the gym. And women are like, wow, that woman is thin. I don't look like that. I'm gonna go complain.
What makes Sydney
That's the truth. Oh, Shoe on Head said it.
Sweeney's genes better? Like, why did you get that joke? All us woke people are saying is that it's just a little bit weird to directly reference European genes as better.
Again, she never said that her genes were better.
Exactly my point. She never said, oh, like, look at my white ass. I'm better than you because I'm white. She said she had good genes. Because she's wearing a good pair of jeans. Like, it was a joke. It was a joke. It was a joke. Like, Dave Chappelle makes fun of everybody. Dude, Dave Chappelle is one of my favorite comedians. Not because he's black, but because he's not afraid to tell it like it is. And get some people to think about some real shit. Like, hey, wait a second. Dave Chappelle makes fun of everybody. Knowing that my white autistic ass couldn't dress up as a black person. And you know what I'm saying? Like what Dave Chappelle does with white people. So like when Dave Chappelle does whiteface, it makes fun of white people. You know what I do? I choose to laugh at it. Like if a black comedian were to go around wearing blackface and make fun of black people, y'all would get so offended. So, like, what the fuck are we even arguing about?
We're making it up.
Now, when you think of the all-American girl, like, the standard of, like, American beauty, you probably think blonde hair, blue eyes, white girl.
Actually, no. I do like blondes, but beauty is in the eye of the beer holder. Like, women are allowed to have these unrealistic expectations of men and what makes men handsome and beautiful and attractive. And then when men treat them the same way, instead of being like, hey, you know what? Maybe people need to be nicer to each other. You know what men do? We'll go to the gym and work out. Like, if we see a dude that chicks are going nuts over and the dude's ripped, you know what dudes go? and do? We work out. We go, well, I guess, what women choose to do is complain about it. Like, knowing because they're the only ones allowed to complain about it. If you saw Sydney Sweeney in an ad and it made you jealous, well, if you want to be as pretty as Sydney Sweeney, maybe you should work out and like lay off the chocolates and the Haagen-Dazs and the fucking cheap wine. You'd never hear the end of it. Men bitch about it. We get told, well, you want to be as hot as that guy over there, Chad? Maybe you should start working out.
Right? You're not supposed to think that way. You're not supposed to think that way, guys.
No, that's just it. Like, women are allowed to think hot guys are attractive, but if men think hot women are attractive, we're all pigs. You're not supposed to think like that. And don't you dare call it the hypocrisy, because that's sexism. How dare you, you typical male piece of shit.
Double plus, I'm good. That's ingrained in you because of negative things that have been pushed on you by society. When you think about the all-American woman, you should be thinking about an obese.
What do you think about, like, all the negative propaganda that's been pushed upon you as a fucking female as because of modern-day feminism? Modern-day feminism has taught women to hate themselves, hate each other, and hate men. And expect men to pay for everything. And then turn around as soon as we do, it's sexism and all men are the same. It's like, okay, we give you what you want. You don't want us to approach you because we're creeps. So we stop approaching you. And now you're complaining because men won't approach you or buy you a date. Ah!
Transgender, disabled woman or something. What would be an acceptable vision of the American woman for this person? It's insane she's saying that.
And you can't even say the American woman when even the radical left can't even define what a woman is. They even scream at you that, like, gender doesn't exist. Gender is a social concept, but you better respect my gender pronouns. I'm like, wait a minute. If gender doesn't exist and gender is just a social concept, then your gender pronouns are bullshit. And I don't gotta respect you unless you respect me, and that's how the way I try to look at it.
We think Sydney Sweeney is hot because of negative things that have been pushed on us by society. No, we have eyes. And just because she is attractive does not mean you are also not attractive. Look at your full lips. That is a standard of beauty.
That's what I'm fucking saying, shoe on head. Thank you. It's just because you're jealous of how hot Sydney Sweeney is, that doesn't make you less attractive. What did I just get done saying in this video several sentences ago? Is that women have got to stop catty fucking slut shaming each other. Like, women are beautiful in their own special way. They don't have to be like the conventional standard of beauty. And when the conventional standard of beauty is constantly changing, and now you want to throw a fit because Sydney Sweeney's getting more attention, it just comes off as you slut-shaming. As a guy, I'm not going to compare myself to guys who are more attractive than I am. I'm like, you know what? That guy may be more handsome than I am, but I am my own person. And I am attractive in my own special ways. And I have things that make me attractive. And I don't need to rely on someone else's opinion or, like, the approval of that guy that I secretly hate to fucking make me feel better about myself. This is exactly why men are a lot happier in life. To be honest with you.
I'll never live up to, but that's okay. Because I have other things that are beautiful and unique about me, just like you have other things that are beautiful and unique about you, regardless if Sydney Sweeney is held up as the American beauty standard. These are lessons your mother...
That's easy for you to say, Sydney, or blah. That's easy for you to say, shit on head, because you're a cute brunette with brown eyes.
Mother should have taught you. Not a YouTuber. Sydney Sweeney's ad shows a cultural shift towards whiteness. Advertisements are...
A cultural shift towards whiteness, because, God forbid, we allow everyone else some representation, and the radical left is praising it. The radical right says it's too woke, and how dare you, you're a piece of shit. It's all about inclusivity. And the second we feature Sydney Sweeney and representation in the opposite direction, now all of a sudden this whole, it's all about representation goes out the window because you're offended. I'm like, what? Sydney Sweeney's ad shows an unbridled cultural shift towards whiteness. And I'm like, I'm sorry that white people offend you. I'm not allowed to get offended by you because you're black or fucking non-cisgendered, etc. If you're black, fucking gay, trans, female, whatever, I'm not allowed to get offended by you because then I'm being told I'm intolerant. While the same intolerant assholes, hypocrites, are throwing a fit because fucking Sydney Sweeney's in a jeans ad and it offends me. I'm like, okay, if it offends you that much, then don't watch it and just believe in yourself. A shift towards whiteness? This sounds like the kind of crap that the fucking radical right would preach. Oh, so-and-so in this ad features blah, 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 such and such, blah, blah, blah. There's an unbridled cultural shift towards wokeness and being progressive, and how dare they? So it's like both sides are getting offended for the same reason, because you can't handle when someone else doesn't think like you, and it's fucking stupid.
Always mirrors of society, and sometimes what they reflect is ugly and startling.
What they reflect is ugly and startling? That people are just as ugly as the people they bitch about? That being an ugly person doesn't have to do with, like, looks. Like, if you're a super ugly person physically and your personality is equally as ugly, or if you're an attractive female and you have an ugly personality, all of a sudden people are realizing that people are just ugly people in general. Like, ugliness doesn't have to necessarily reflect your physical sexual appeal. You could be the ugliest person on the planet, and it doesn't necessarily have to mean your personality.
A white woman. Oh, the fucking author is white. I hate these people, man. Shut up.
That's what I'm fucking saying, shit head. The author is some white, attractive female bitching about this crap. And like, now you turn into like a self-hating white person because you want the whole world to think, oh, I'm not like every other white person. And I totally get that feeling, but like, you don't gotta crap on white people to convince people. Like, I don't need white people in a commercial for jeans to make me feel good about myself as a white person. I don't need a bunch of like self-hating white assholes writing all these fucking woke articles like, oh, white people are the worst, but ignore the fact that I'm white, because I'm one of the cool ones, folks. You and shit one heads like, shut the fuck up, you know, like...
These are lessons your mother should have taught you. not a YouTuber. Sydney Sweeney's ad shows a cultural shift towards whiteness. Advertisements are always mirrors of society, and sometimes what they reflect is ugly and startling.
So if we make fucking everyone else feel sexually desired, everyone else is told to just tolerate it. Because it's all about inclusivity and equality. But if you make a conventionally attractive white person feel accepted, oh, how dare you? And I know what you're going to say. Yeah, but Cobra, fuck you. That's been the norm for how long? Da, 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 da. And I'm like, I didn't ask for my privilege. You didn't ask for your oppression. And it's like I said, people got to stop giving a fuck if these faceless corporations give them any representation. You got to stop giving a fuck if people accept you or like you. Stop giving a fuck if people like you and just do your thing and be a good person. And see what happens. Better not be drinking no peach and whiskey fucking action while doing a video response, Cobra. It's like, what are you going to do about it? You can't tell me shit. You'll watch like everyone else, and either you'll be like, Cobra, you're an asshole and you drink too much. Or, you know what, Cobra's actually very nuanced in his opinion. He doesn't pick one side of the argument. He tries to see how it affects both sides and come to a reasonable conclusion that is cooperative and coexisting. Oh, I'm such an asshole, you guys. Oh God, a white woman in a commercial. What are we going to do? Well, yes, it's disgusting that women are photoshopped to look like the perfect woman. I hear the argument that people are making, but it's never called out when it happens to men. So you kind of lost my sympathy there for a second, because it's all, the way I see it, it should be all about racial and gender equality. If it's wrong for white women to do and white men to do and cisgendered straight people to do, etc., it should be wrong for everyone else to do. Because it is treat others the way you want to be treated. It's the golden rule. Ooh, a white woman. Whatever we're going to do. Drink on my whiskey peach and smoke some pipe tobacco and bitch and complain and video response to goddamn shoe on head and every other conservative YouTube that's covered this topic. And I'm subscribed to some left-leaning YouTubers because it's good to have a perception from both sides. Oh, shit. It's a little late in the evening. I've been sipping. Let's finish this drink combo, get this bitch uploaded. My goal with this video is to help people understand each other better. How you gonna bitch about sexism and the opposite sex having high standards when you're just as bad as they are? And that goes for people in general. I refuse to hate women just because of Jessica Boyle and all the miserable femcells who get to flex their female privilege on social media, all while claiming it's all about male privilege and how men are the worst. I'm like, do you need some dick? Is that why these women are in such a cranky mood? Because they need some dick and a man to make them feel pretty? Well, I'm the man for the job. Can I buy you a drink and get to know your personality first? Excuse me, it's a little late in the evening. And I've been drinking, oh look, a whiskey on peach. A whiskey on peach. You call that a drink combo? I'm like, yes, I do, because this fucking drink combo is delicious. Anymore, it's just like, I'd rather make a delicious drink combo, listen to my favorite music, and like laugh at how stupid people are while they complain about the shit they do to themselves. And like, I may complain about how shallow women are, but it's like, at least I acknowledge I'm shallow too. I don't sit here and try to act like I'm better than everyone else. Or like, I'm entitled to vagina because blah blah blah, you know. That's not fair to women. If I'm gonna bitch because women are shallow, and then I myself am shallow like a typical male pig, then I'm not gonna complain with the shit, you know? But like, you know what? Women like hot guys with six-pack abs, but like, if I like chicks with big tits, I'm a typical male pig. And it's like, fuck you.
A white woman. Oh, the fucking author's white. I hate these people, man. Shut up. Shut up. It's one thing when it's like a non-white person talking about how white people suck. It's like, okay, you're just racist. But when it's a white...
That's what I'm fucking saying, shoe on head. Whenever you have these articles written about how terrible white people are, and it's a non-white person saying it, it's like, yeah, you're a little racist while you're bitching about the racism that your people receive. You're a miserable hypocrite. But then when you get these fucking assholes, these self-hating whites, I'm like, oh my fucking god. Video response is almost over, Cobra. Keep pushing through it and doing your thing, you know. Ozzy Osbourne's dreamer without each other's help. There ain't no hope for us. We gotta stop making it about gender, religion, and sexuality and race and shit, you know, because that's how they keep us segregated.
person talking about white people suck. You need to be ground up into a pulp and fed to livestock. You would honestly be more useful.
Oh, white people don't suck. The answer is people suck. People are such cocksuckers to each other. And, like, it's only called out when, like, white, straight, heterosexual, and cis-normative males do it. Everyone else does it, and it's just like, you better tolerate it, otherwise you're not woke enough. And then as soon as you do tolerate it, now you're being told by the same assholes who are sick and tired of all the crap. Now they're going to give you crap and say you're too woke. Like, I'm sick and tired of people's hypocrisy. And it's like, why can't people just be nicer to each other? I don't want any drama with my life. All I want is for my remaining relatives to live a long life. And if I don't find acceptance and love in my life, well, then I hope everyone else finds it. Because my feelings are not important. Why are my feelings not important? Because I'm white, straight, cisgendered, and male.
that way. Ads are always mirrors of society, and sometimes what they reflect is ugly and startling.
So when ads are always mirrors of society and sometimes what they reflect is ugly and startling, the fact that people are self-righteous, fucking self-obsessed hypocrites, and everyone hates each other, and there's not enough love in the world, well, there you go.
American culture is, indisputably, becoming more puritanical and more conservative. Puritanical? The focus of the ad was her tits and ass! This is not at all a conservative, puritanical ad. Have you seen what the puritanical right thinks of Sydney Sweeney? They think she's a whore, okay? They think she's a whore. The backlash has been swift and fierce, and some of it, at least if you ask me, is fair. The internet has been quick to condemn the advertisement as non-inclusive at best.
Non-inclusive. The biggest problem is like people are way too judgmental of each other. And the same assholes who are screaming that the Sydney Sweeney ad is somehow not inclusive enough. I'm like, yo, bitch, when no one includes your crowd, but includes someone else's crowd, and all of a sudden, it's like, you're a bigot. I'm like, the hypocrisy of it is so mentally draining. I'm just like...
Inclusive? Why the f*** does everything have to be inclusive? It's a commercial with one f***ing person in it. Sweeney...
That's what I'm fucking saying, shoe on head. Why does everything have to be inclusive? To be fair, when you're ugly or considered unattractive by society and everyone's shoving pretty people and pretty privilege in your face, and it makes you feel like shit. I get why you want inclusivity. Like, this person looks just like me or like similar to me, etc. They get it. So I totally get it, but like, okay, if body positivity is screaming healthy at any size, then why the fuck are you accusing skinny people of being fat phobic? I don't judge people for being fat, so then when I see the fat people judging us because we're skinny, I'm like, I'm going to call hypocrisy so quickly. And like, I'm a hypocrite too in a lot of ways. Nobody's perfect. But you can't fucking sit there and scream. Because can skinny people scream that it's skinny phobic if fat people just want to do their thing and be loved? No, you can't. Because everybody wants to be loved and to find acceptance and figure out who we are as people. That doesn't make us bad people, you two, but it makes us human. Everyone wants to make all these excuses for Sydney Sweeney, like, she's this, she's that. And it's like, everybody wants love and acceptance and equality, so what the fuck are you bitching about?
Is a source of vintage sexiness that caters to the male gaze. She embodies the near mythological girl next door beautiful but low...
Oh, God forbid a female fucking, like, show off for the male gaze. Because women want to be turned on, sexually thrilled. If you got a hot guy in a commercial and every chick's like, have you seen so-and-so in the new Calvin Klein ad? Oh my God, they're just the best. And then the second men feel the same way about women, the same women saying this crap are going to go, you're a pig and all men are fucking pigs and all women are beautiful, blah, blah, blah. So like the same argument they love to preach goes out the window when women are turned on and when it's their rights being questioned. And I'm like, right. And like, you know what? I know I'm attractive to certain women, so I choose to focus on the women who find me attractive. all the women who were sitting there calling me a rapist and a creep and this and that. And I'm like, well, you don't know what I'm about, so you're not worth my time. And those same women who are now bitching about it are complaining because they can't find a good guy in their life. And I'm like, that's not my problem.
Maintenance sexy femininity that dominated the media in the 1990s and early 2000s. Oh wow, that sounds great. You're telling me that's fascism? Waiter, more fascism please! What the f***? It's just so funny, like, the left is currently losing their mind about how, like, they need to get young men to vote for Democrats again, and here they are, like, blondes with big is our fascism. Listen, the alt-right pipeline does not start with the American Eagle ad. It starts with you. What are you doing? This is not at all a conservative far-right ad. It's just a normal ad that would have ran like 15 years ago. But I guess that's what being far-right is nowadays. Being normal from 15 years ago. I love this random part of—
Except normality doesn't exist. Each person's definition of normal is different.
the article, though, young women are being radicalized through so-called clean skincare and healthy eating. So fascism is hot people eating health.
So you're telling me that women who find men attractive because they take good care of their skin and their diet and their overall physical health, these men are sexually desired by women. But if men desire the same thing, all of a sudden it's like, you're a piece of shit. Right.
Healthy and having clean skin. Goebbels himself could not make better propaganda. Literally, as I am editing this video, the New York Times comes out with his opinion piece.
Why is the radical right obsessed with thinness? One could argue with why the fuck is the radical left obsessed with overweightness? Because being too thin can be just as unhealthy as being too morbidly obese. You look at, like, Eugenia Cooney, who was way too skinny in my opinion. Like, when Eugenia Cooney first started making videos, I didn't care if she was fat or skinny. She looked like an average fucking alternative fucking female just doing her thing. And then the internet and her mom had to control everything, and it's just like, no. The radical right is obsessed with thinness. Like, not everyone on the radical right is obsessed with the same things. Like, the Democrats will lose their shit when everyone assumes negative stereotypes about them because it fits left-wing propaganda. But it's okay for you to assume all the crap that makes politically progressive white people who are white look good because it doesn't fit your narrative. And I'm like, screw this crap. I'm an independent. You can take politics and shove it up your ass. All these racist, sexist, white assholes who make the radical right look bad are no different than the assholes who are screaming on the radical left because you're not woke enough and half their heads shaved and they got a bull ring nose and like their hair's dyed 10 million colors. I'm like, people are so full of shit, dude. It's mentally exhausting. So it's like, okay, if you assume the sexual desires of the radical left, it's sexist, it's bigoted, this and that. When you want to overly sexualize men in like Calvin Klein underwear model commercials, well, that's just, deal with it. But like, if you got a woman who's watching that, throwing a fit because dudes find Sydney Sweeney attractive, I'm like, you're a massive hypocrite. You know that? Not every guy can have a huge dick or obtain the Johnny Bravo fucking six-pack abs, ripped fucking this and that. You know what I'm saying? So, like, you're literally bitching at everyone else because not all women can achieve that. Well, like, not all men can achieve it either. So, like, what's your argument? You're mad because you're ugly and dudes don't want to fuck you because you're entitled and you're bitchy. And, like, all men are pigs for trying to approach you. And the second no guy approaches you, they're all pigs because they can't handle a strong woman. I'm like, you're insufferable. That's why you can't find a man.
Why the right is obsessed with thinness. I would really, really appreciate if people stopped equating health and beauty to fascism, because if health and beauty are fascism, what is...
That's what I'm saying. Like, I wish people would stop equating, like, body types and, like, standards and beauty standards to politics. Because it doesn't matter if you're Democrat or Republican, everyone's fucking got a beauty standard.
Unhealthiness and ugliness. Unfortunately, a big part of socially progressive ideology is dismantling hierarchies and norms and challenging what society sees as conventional, traditional, and beautiful.
That's what I'm saying. The same can be said for both sides, Miss Shoe on Head. When, like, people see, like, conventionally less attractive people or they-thems being featured in ads, it challenges the norm. And now the Republicans are screaming how it's too woke and it needs to be canceled. And then you got the radical left who's looking at Sydney Sweeney and going, that's too normalized. And then, of course, they're saying the same things. It needs to be canceled. I'm like, you gotta stop giving a shit what people think about you and, like, what the advertisements do for you. Because guess what? These corporations don't give a shit if you're represented. All they care about is you buying their shitty product.
Beautiful. A really good example of this was those statues that were put up, like, all over different cities of, like, a frumpy woman in leggings. And the artist says, like, the purpose of these was to, like, challenge conventional beauty standards. And it's like, imagine looking like...
Okay, so you want to challenge conventional beauty standards. Although bitching is about representation, 100%. I'm all for it. But then the second you bitch because everyone else gets represented, now it just makes you look like a self-righteous, obsessed hypocrite. You know? Like, beauty comes in all shapes, sizes, and colors. That's what everyone loves to preach when it's their side being represented. And as soon as they see someone that doesn't conveniently fit their beauty standards, they're throwing a fit. And it's like, join the club because everyone else does the exact same fucking thing.
One of these women and then hearing, like, oh yeah, this was put up to challenge beauty. Like, what do you mean by that? Remember the whole body positivity movement like 10 years ago? Remember, like, all the fat influencers? Remember when every single ad was like this ad, for example? Calvin Klein's latest underwear campaign is breaking big boundaries. Big boundaries? Whoa, 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 whoa. What do you mean by that? While fashion is starting to seriously consider creating more inclusive environment for consumers, there is still a huge mountain to climb before it is truly considered diverse. Huge mountain? No, that's just mean. And that's why Calvin Klein, probably the most famous name associated with underwear, just launched a groundbreaking campaign. Groundbreaking? Oh, come on now. The campaign is all about feeling free to express yourself, being uninhibited, and being provocative by challenging the norms we see on a regular basis. See? Challenging norms. It's all about challenging
norms. So if you saw a Calvin Klein ad that included hairy, unattractive, fat dudes who had no hair on their head, and, like, they were just ugly and unattractive, women would bitch because we don't have attractive guys in our ad. Then turn around when men bitch about the same thing. They want to call out the hypocrisy while being told no one else is allowed to call out their hypocrisy as well because that's sexist and degrading to women. It's like, okay, yeah, who cares if it's degrading to men? All men want is sex. So suck it up, you pussy.
This reminds me of that protein world controversy from 2015. Old heads will remember. I wrote an article about it for the Libertarian Republic. Wow, that was a long time ago. But anyway, a billboard with this ad for a protein powder supplement was put up and people lost their fucking minds. They vandalized it, they threatened to get a bunch of the employees fired, they threatened to go where the company was located with hammers.
So you're telling me it's all about representation, with the second we represent someone that makes you feel uncomfortable, it's now a problem. That's literally the hypocrisy with, like, the politicized radical left and the goddamn radical right. Like, you can't feature an ad with a trans woman without the radical right losing their shit and screaming how it's too woke. And you can't feature an ad without a conventionally attractive, you know, cisgendered straight white person without everyone being like, that's offensive. And I'm like, everyone's just too offended by everything and I'm sick of it.
Because they committed the great crime of body shaming by daring to have a thin, attractive woman on their ad. This ad made other companies come out with their own...
You want to call it body shaming? It's like, okay, you know what? If I'm not allowed to shame you for being fat, then you shouldn't be allowed to shame somebody because they're skinny. That's just how it is. The very same side that bitches how it's all about healthy at any size. But like, oh, if you're skinny and conventionally attractive, I can't have that. Instead of being like, you know what, I don't need conventionally skinny, attractive people to feel good about myself. And while it's shit how our society plays sex and like good looks, I get that. You're preaching to the choir. At some point, it's like, you know what? People like what they like. If some people like, then you're gonna get the people who bitch because you're not inclusive enough. Then the second you include everyone else in that same argument, now you're being told you're a bigot and you're a piece of shit. But didn't you just get done telling me that we're not inclusive enough? So if we include everyone, regardless if they're straight or black or gay, that's not good enough because that offends you. And when people become this insufferable, I'm just like, nope, I'm out.
Like little virtue signaling things, like passive aggressive, like everybody is ready. Like every fashion magazine, every beauty magazine was pumping this shit out the time. Just fat, 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 fat. The rise of like Tess Holiday and the hashtag F your beauty standards. Oh my god. You couldn't.
And there's nothing wrong with that shoe on head. You know? I get why this movement did what they did. But like, if it's all about representation, who cares if you're fat, skinny, attractive, ugly, a they, them, etc. Like, if it's all about representation, then everyone should deserve representation.
Not escape this. Also, suspiciously, body positivity only seemed to mean obese women. But yes, everywhere you looked, it was like fat, 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 and everyone was like, yes, queen! Well, now we live in Ozempic world, and the fat acceptance movement seems to have died.
You know, and that's fucking sad because it doesn't matter what your weight is. Being a good person is not determined by how fat you are, how you look as a person. And like, you know, and like Shoe-One Head's pointing out, you see these men in these underwear commercials with their six-pack abs. And like women who don't get featured on every ad possible, all of a sudden it's like, you're a phobic piece of shit. I'm like, no, I'm stupid phobic. I try to fight for everyone except sickos. And be like, it's all about human equality. And like, if you're not a sicko outside of that, who gives a shit?
Like many of the fat influencers, unfortunately. And these same types of people are like crashing out about the Sydney Sweeney ad because they really do feel like all the work they have done to like socially engineer people's behavior and preferences.
It's not about social engineering, you conservative fucking cunts. Could you imagine living in a society that's all about, like, men have to be like six-pack abs ripped and like women have to, you know what I'm saying? People being told you have to look a certain way to be accepted, all while everyone's screaming at each other that all they want is equality and acceptance. And yet, if you're fat, you're fucking told this and that. All the fat phobic assholes treat you like crap. And if you're skinny, the fucking woke mob fucking treats you like you're shit because you don't fit their definition of beauty. And it's just like literal hypocrisy at its finest.
Has been just like destroyed overnight. Who would win? Decades of propaganda? One big booby girl. I wrote in the old article, I can't say I'm too surprised at the backlash towards this model's body. We are living in a world where instead of striving to better ourselves and live a healthy lifestyle, praising obesity and unattractiveness is becoming...
Okay, here's the thing of it. She on one hand says that she can't be too surprised at the backlash towards Renee's body. We are living in a world where instead of striving to better ourselves, to live a healthy lifestyle, praising obesity and unattractiveness is becoming the norm. Like, here's a thought. How about you stop giving a fuck what everyone else thinks about you and what everyone else's body looks like and focus on your own happiness and your own personal self-acceptance. It's not about promoting obesity. You wouldn't be saying this crap if you were mentally insane and if you were like physically unattractive according to society. You'd be in the same boat as everyone else. They're being told, well, you're too fat to be pretty. And like everybody wants to feel pretty and handsome and accepted. Like, that's what like chicks like this fail to realize. It's like food's delicious, life's depressing, and unhealthy options are always the funner way to go because they offer more fun in life. People are like seductive and sadistic. It's like, oh, we know eating a salad would be a lot healthier, but we're going to promote Taco Bell and then call you a fat ass because all you eat is fast food. And the second you're skinny because you want to lose weight and you work out and you're sick and tired of society telling you what to do. And now you got the same society calling you fat phobic because you choose to eat right and eat healthy. And it's like, you know what? Stop giving a shit what everyone else's body looks like. Stop giving a shit what everyone else's opinion of you is, and focus on your own shit. Like,
the norm. Well, she went ahead from 10 years ago, you will be happy to hear that it seems like it's no longer the norm. Because apparently not just...
So what are you supposed to do in the norm is being unhealthy, unattractive, and fat and ugly, and that's the new beauty standard. Because everyone's always bitching about how it's all about inclusivity. So the second you start including everyone else who's not overly weight, unattractive, and ugly, and this and that, all of a sudden now you're a piece of shit because you're not inclusive enough. How are they not inclusive enough? We include you, we include everyone else, and you get what you want. It's inclusivity. All body types are beautiful, but only if you include those who are like 900 pounds and overweight. Everyone else, fuck you. You're a fat shaming piece of shit. And I'm like, you know what? Me personally, I don't give a fuck if you're fat or skinny or white or black or any of that shit. I judge you based off the way you treat me and treat other people. Thank you.
American Eagle, but like Dunkin' Donuts and Arby's are using hot people in their ads again. Is the culture truly healing, or are we about to go into a deep...
It's not about the cultural healing, it's just the cultural fucking will like gravitate towards whatever is trendy or popular. Case in point, it used to be popular for like skinnier people to be in the ads, and then a bunch of people are like, that's not politically acceptable. We gotta feature everyone else, otherwise you're not inclusive enough. Okay, well, hey, you know what? I'm all for inclusivity, and not everyone's a hot piece of ass. We're all unattractive and attractive in our own special ways. I feel that sure thing. And then the second we start featuring conventionally attractive people in ads, now everyone's throwing a fucking fit. All while screaming it's all about inclusivity. And like, if it's all about inclusivity, then you gotta include not only unattractive people, but attractive people alike.
Financial recession. Questions we should be asking. Angry Reddit freaks also doxed Sydney, looking through her voting records, and found out she is a registered Republican.
So, like, instead of being like, oh, hey, you know what? I don't agree with what Sydney Watson or Sydney Sweeney or what have you's representation, you know, blah, 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 blah. So, like, you don't like her, so automatically you gotta harass her. This right here is disgusting behavior. If you don't like Sydney Sweeney, then don't watch her ads and just ignore her when she pops up. There's a couple celebrities I'm not the biggest fan of, but it's not going to do me any good to bitch about them because all people are going to do is say, well, Josh, you're just jealous. They're more popular than you are. And because I'm not a female, they can't pull this whole, oh, well, it's sexist and degrading towards women bullshit. Because an attractive woman makes a bunch of unattractive women want to slut shame her and feel bad about themselves. Meanwhile, if it were gender reversed, us guys would be told, well, start working out. Maybe, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so, when it's gender reversed or when it involves everyone else, it's always a different story, you know? Now you got assholes who were, like, doxing her address and, like, harassing her because she's a registered Republican. And it's like, okay, if you got harassed because you were a Democrat, the radical left would scream how it's all the right's fault, you know?
One of the most common things I saw about this were how, like, all the women getting mad about Sydney Sweeney were ugly, and I don't think that's true. There were some, like, pretty people in there. But I got onto this topic.
Well, that is the truth. The majority of women who are mad about Sydney Sweeney are just a bunch of ugly, fat, unattractive women who are slut-shaming her, all while bitching because they're sick and tired of people judging them for their politics or the way they look. But because you're jealous of Sydney Sweeney, because feminism and shit, that totally gives you the right to be a massive raging slut hypocrite about the whole thing. Right.
That I see all the time, and that is, why are liberal women so ugly? Leftists are ugly, conservatives are hot, which is not true, by the way.
No, that's the thing of it. I've seen conservatives and women who are Republican. I've seen attractive women on both sides of the political spectrum.
I was at January 6th, okay? But, for the most part, stereotypes exist for a reason, right? Conservatives are, well, conservative with the way that they present themselves. They tend to follow norms and beauty standards, which is why, for example, the media called Hassan.
So, like, when Republicans follow beauty standards, it's racist, it's sexist, it's hypocritical, and conservative men are all the same, but, like, when the left does it, you better tolerate it, otherwise you're a bigot.
On a, quote, progressive in a MAGA body, and how so many women on dating apps nowadays are looking for a man who votes Democrat but looks like a Republican. Everyone is aware of the stereotypes. And with leftists, you know the stereotype, like the overweight, blue hair, nose ring. They're not all ugly, of course, but many purposely make themselves look ugly. Because being ugly is saying F you to the man. Marcel Duchamp's art piece, Fountain.
It's what it is. They want to complain because nobody sees them as attractive. And they want to feel like shit because Sydney Sweeney's considered attractive. And instead of focusing on the guys who find them attractive, they have to constantly seek the validation of men and, like, conservative men in general. Instead of being like they normally are, allegedly. We don't need a man in our life. We don't need a man's approval to be justified in the way we look. But then turn around and, like, their actions will speak louder than their words.
Which was literally just a urinal, was a F you to art institutions and classical ideas of beauty. Those f***ass ugly concrete block brutalist buildings are another example. Brutalism emerged after World War II as a post-war modernist style, in part created as a F you to the classical architecture celebrated by, drumroll, the Nazis. Now think of those concrete buildings and the urinal and apply it to broader society. Basically, the blue hair and nose ring is a F you to, well, Sydney Sweeney. Hitler existed, so now everything has to be fat and ugly. Sorry. I don't know why so many on the left want...
That's what I'm saying, like, instead of being like, oh, hey, Hitler's a piece of shit for judging people by the way they look, we're going to judge you for the way you look because you don't fit our convention and standards of beauty. Our conventional standard of beauty is the thing that you're all hating Sydney Sweeney for not being. All while complaining because you're sick and tired of the normalization of, like, conventional beauty of Sydney Watson, while screaming at the world that real beauty is what you want and not what everybody else wants. And the problem with this is everybody wants something different. That beauty is in the eye of the beer holder.
To give the concept of beauty and health to the right, but it is not a winning strategy. Listen, I just want everyone's basic needs met, alright? I don't want people going in debt if they get into a car accident, or be homeless, or get sent to foreign wars. I didn't sign up for this stupid shit. It is funny, though, how, like, every time...
That's what I'm saying, shit one head, is like, I didn't sign up for this stupid shit. All I try to do is be a good person, and when everyone judges me because I'm white, straight, cisgendered, or male, or I happen to find Sydney Sweeney attractive, everyone immediately assumes the worst of my stereotypes. And yeah, everyone else has a beauty standard. I'm just supposed to tolerate it. And if I get mad because they won't give me a chance, well then I get told I'm not pretty enough. All while everyone else is bitching and complaining because they're not pretty enough. And that's why the Sydney Sweeney ad is so meh. And I'm like, this is why woke culture is so full of self-righteous hypocrites. And why people are sick of it.
Sweeney is on camera. There's like a right-wing article like, Woke is dead! Wokeness is no match for Sydney Sweeney's undeniable beauty. Are Sydney Sweeney's breasts double D harbingers of the death of woke? Was that girl right about conservatives being boob guys? She might have been right after all. Honestly, this doesn't really make sense because, like, the left are the ones trying to normalize porn and, like, OnlyFans culture and stuff like that. If anything, there is too much boobs everywhere. We need to calm down a bit. But when it comes to Sydney, it's like,
you're saying our society is overly sexualized? Do we need to calm down a bit? No. Shoe Head said that our society is overly sexualized. And that we need to calm down just a little bit. No. Shoe Head, no.
classical bombshell beauty. Like, I kind of get where they're coming from. Sydney Sweeney is a hot white woman who does not mind catering to the male gaze after we had a decade of hearing about how being male gaze is bad and toxic. A decade of hearing about how white people are bad and toxic. A decade of ugly, angry, fat androgyny seeping its way into everything and anything.
She said it.
People say Sydney Sweeney is anti-woke. I don't even think they mean politically. I think they just mean like Sydney Sweeney is like looking into a time portal back to 1992. A time when porn addiction wasn't such a big issue. Every woman didn't show her hole online for $5. Hookup apps didn't exist. It's like a bunch of millennials and zoomers are longing for a time they never experienced. But yes, this is a cultural shift, but not necessarily a conservative one. Just a return to, like, normalcy, a return to normal Americana consumerism. In 2065, conservatives are going to be, like, posting people twerking, like, return! These same TikTok freaks who are attacking Sydney Sweeney have been sounding the alarm about this cultural shift for some time now. And we see a bunch of
So, like, when the cultural shift works out in their favor, they don't complain because they're getting what they want. They're getting their way. They're winning. But when the cultural shift shifts in a favor that's not their favor, now these same assholes will bitch because it's not woke enough.
Celebrities embracing, like, looking normal and healthy again. Like,
Like, what's the definition of normal and looking healthy? Because every person's definition of normal is different.
Lovato is a perfect example of this. She was an obese, short hair, walking stereotype, crying about a frozen yogurt place, daring to sell sugar-free frozen yogurt.
I walked in, was so triggered that I left without froyo.
To now being skinny and healthy and married, and even making a TikTok dancing happily in that same frozen yogurt place.
The singer returning to the scene of the crime Wednesday, poking fun at herself on her social.
That's part of the reason these people are freaking out and saying, like, fascist is...
That is some hypocritical ass bullshit. It's like you can't call out the hypocrisy without being told you're not woke enough, or that you're a racist or you're a sexist. I'm like, everyone expects everyone else to act a certain way, and all these certain little trends and this and that thing. But, like, when y'all get a taste of what it's like to be on the other side, all of a sudden it's like...
Because they know the chokehold they have had on culture is losing its grip. Inshallah. Once Sam Smith goes back to being normal, that's when I know the culture is healing. Thankfully, American Eagle did not bend the knee and did not apologize to the horde. In fact, they doubled down. Sydney Sweeney has great genes, is and always was about the genes. Her genes, her story. Wait a minute. Her genes, her story. HH. Uh-oh. Now, I can sit here and say the obvious, like, these corporations just want to pander to you, they just want to sell you, like, yeah, obviously. But have you considered, it's good when corporations pander to me, personally? I just realized so much of American political...
You know what? I'm just sick and tired of corporations trying to pander to me, man. I'm like... I don't need representation and shit. Like, this is exactly why people bitch about this crap in the first place. Because they're not being pandered to or represented. Everyone else gets representation. They're all pieces of shit. You get representation. Everyone else calls you a piece of shit because you're too woke. And I'm just like,
discourse is like around f***ing corporations and ads. The Gillette commercial, Bud Light, Protein World. There are so many examples. Like, it's just crazy how so much of our politics revolves around consuming things. I will buy Blue Team product.
Well, it's consumerism, so I get why the fucking commercials do it. It's consumerism at its finest. But at the same time, they're going about it the wrong way, because I personally do not need an attractive white person in a commercial to feel good about myself. I'm like, I could give a fuck what the person consuming the product looks like. Like, okay, people like this product. Why should I buy it? Why should I like it? Well, okay, undecided consumer, here we go. Well, this is why this product kicks ass. You do not need representation in commercials to feel good about yourself. You just gotta believe in yourself and fuck what all these haters have to say about you, like, oh, you're not woke enough, or your consumerism politics isn't woke enough, and it's just like, shut the fuck up.
I will buy Red Team product. Bleak. In conclusion, we are tired of ugly. There's hot people in ads again. The white woman is back, baby. Let's go. 500.
We're tired of ugliness in our ads. I think we're tired of hypocrisy and like people shoving shit in our face and telling us that, oh well, if you find Sydney Sweeney attractive, you're not woke enough. But if everyone else finds everyone else attractive, well then that's just their opinion, and then like they're woke and you're not, you're a piece of shit. Like, everyone's just tired of the blatant hypocrisy when it comes to this issue. It's like, if you're allowed to find the they-thems attractive in advertisements, but somehow I'm a pig because I like Sydney Sweeney, well then, yeah, you're a self-righteous fucking entitled hypocrite. Like, you want to act entitled to everyone's attention because you're not getting enough privilege, and then bitch because everyone else gets representation and privilege too. All of a sudden your entitlement fucking gets a lot of people going, you know what? Fuck the human race. Self-righteous, fucking self-hating hypocrites. I'm over this shit. I am not a part of the problem because my ancestors were dicks, or because the fashion industry suddenly says you have to be super skinny, or this and that. Fuck you. I have several friends that are overweight or fat, and honestly, I don't care. You know why I don't care? Because none of my fat friends judge me for the way I look or for the way I eat, you know? I don't constantly try to sit there and tell them, oh, hey, you need to lose weight. And they're constantly not sitting there telling me, well, you're not woke enough. You gotta love fat people. And it's like, you know what? I want to love myself. I'm going to love myself before I love people. Because that's more important. Self-love is more important than, like, loving someone else. Because you can't love everyone else if you don't love yourself. And that's regardless of anything. Thank you. I said it. It's like, oh, you like Wendy's Baconator cheeseburgers? No ketchup? Mm-hmm. Extra bacon, extra cheese, hold the ketchup. I don't mind ketchup on a burger, but like I have to be in the mood for it. Normally when I get a bacon cheeseburger, like a Wendy's Baconator, and I can't customize it too much, I'm like, hold the ketchup, just leave the mayonnaise, the cheese, the beef, and the bacon. And I'm satisfied with that. But I like veggies on my burger. I like the veggies on my burger. So if I get a classic bacon cheeseburger, it's got to have lettuce, tomatoes, pickles, onions, bacon, cheese, meat, a sauce, a bun. Boom. And the problem with our society is we live in a society of people that are just way too goddamn judgmental. People are overly sensitive and overly judgmental. You can't do anything without it being sexist, racist, or offensive to some marginalized group of people. And we don't even bother to stop and go, how does this make you feel as a part of said marginalized group? And it's like, oh no, we don't care. We're going to get offended on your behalf because we're so progressive and woke. Suck my asshole.
Trillion more to Israel. Nobody can afford a fucking house. World is run by pedophiles. The woke is dead, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Hell!
Fuck pedophiles.
Oh yeah. So if you like this video, please subscribe and maybe donate to me on Patreon. Link down below. All Patreon members get the uncensored version of every single video a day early. So you get to hear all the fucks and shits uncensored. If you can't or don't want to do that, there's also a little tip jar down below. You can leave a little tip and I will give it a little heart. It helps the channel out and I appreciate it so much. Also, big shout out to Holtzkern again for sponsoring this video. Check them out. Link down below. And I will see you very soon with a new video. Bye!
Oh, shoe on head did her piece. Fuck pedophiles and fuck overly sensitive pieces of shit.